Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 41. Vaishampayana said, the delighter of the Yadus then proceeded to the asylum of Vaka, which resounded with the chanting of the Vedas. There the great ascetic, O king, named Dalvyavaka poured the kingdom of Dhritarashtra, the son of Vichitravirya, as a libation on the sacrificial fire. By practicing very austere penances he emaciated his own body. Endued with great energy, the virtuous rishi, filled with great wrath, did that act. In former times, the rishis residing in the Naimisha forest had performed a sacrifice extending for 12 years. In course of that sacrifice, after a particular one called Viswajit had been completed, the rishis set out for the country of the Panchalas. Arrived there, they solicited the king for giving them 21 strong and healthy calves to be given away as dakshina, and the sacrifice they have completed. Dalvyavaka, however, calling those rishis, said unto them, Do you divide those animals of mine among you? Giving away these unto you, I shall solicit a great king for some. Having said so unto all those rishis, Vaka of great energy, that best of Brahmanas, then proceeded to the abode of Dhritarashtra. Arrived at the presence of King Dhritarashtra, Dalvya begged some animals of him. That best of kings, however, seeing that some of his kind died without any cause, angrily said unto him, Wretch of a Brahmana, take, if thou likest, these animals that are dead. Hearing these words, the rishi, conversant with duties, thought, Alas, cruel are the words that have been addressed to me in the assembly. Having reflected in this strain, that best of Brahmanas, filled with wrath, set his heart upon the destruction of King Dhritarashtra. Cutting the flesh from off the dead animals, that best of sages, having ignited a sacrificial fire on the tirtha of the Sarasvati, poured those pieces as libations for the destruction of King Dhritarashtra's kingdom. Observant of rigid vows, the great Dalvyavaka, O monarch, poured Dhritarashtra's kingdom as a libation on the fire, with the aid of those pieces of meat. Upon the commencement of that fierce sacrifice according to due rites, the kingdom of Dhritarashtra, O monarch, began to waste away. Indeed, O Lord, the kingdom of that monarch began to waste away, even as a large forest begins to disappear when men proceed to cut it down with the axe. Overtaken by calamities, the kingdom began to lose its prosperity and life. Seeing his kingdom thus afflicted, the puissant monarch, O king, became very cheerless and thoughtful. Consulting with the Brahmanas, he began to make great endeavors for freeing his territories from affliction. No good, however, came of his efforts, for the kingdom continued to waste away. The king became very cheerless. The Brahmanas also, O sinless one, became filled with grief. When at last the king failed to save his kingdom, he asked his counselors, O Janamejaya, about the remedy. The counselors reminded him of the evil he had done in connection with the dead kine. And they said, The sage Vaka is pouring thy kingdom as a libation on the fire with the aid of the flesh of those animals. Thence is this great waste of thy kingdom. This is the consequence of ascetic rites. Thence is this great calamity. Go, O king, and gratify that rishi by the side of a receptacle of water on the bank of the Sarasvati. Repairing to the bank of the Sarasvati, the king falling at his feet and touching them with his head, joined his hands and said, O thou of Bharata's race, these words, I gratify thee, O adorable one, forgive my offense. I am a senseless fool, a wretch inspired with avarice. Thou art my refuge, thou art my protector, it behoveth thee to show me thy grace. Beholding him thus overwhelmed with grief and indulging in lamentations like these, Vaka felt compassion for him and freed his kingdom. The rishi became gratified with him, having dismissed his angry feelings. For freeing his kingdom, the sage again poured libations on the fire. Having freed the kingdom from calamities and taken many animals in grief, he became pleased at heart and once more proceeded to the Naimisha woods. The liberal-minded King Dhritarashtra also, of righteous soul, with a cheerful heart, returned to his own capital full of prosperity. In that Tirtha, Brihaspati also, of great intelligence, for the destruction of the Asuras and the prosperity of the denizens of heaven, poured libations on the sacrificial fire with the aid of flesh. Upon this, the Asuras began to waste away and were destroyed by the gods, inspired by desire of victory in battle. Having with due rights given unto the Brahmanas steeds and elephants and vehicles with mules yoked unto them and jewels of great value and much wealth and much corn, the illustrious and mighty armed Rama then proceeded, O king, to the Tirtha called Yayata. There, O monarch, at the sacrifice of the high-souled Yayati, the son of Nahusha, the Sarasvati produced milk and clarified butter. That tiger among men, King Yayati, having performed a sacrifice there, went cheerfully to heaven and obtained many regions of blessedness. Once again, O Lord, King Yayati performed a sacrifice there. Beholding his great magnanimity of soul and his immutable devotion to herself, the river Sarasvati gave unto the Brahmanas, invited to that sacrifice, everything for which each of them cherished only a wish in his heart. That foremost of rivers gave unto each where he was, amongst those that were invited to the sacrifice, houses and beds and food of the 6 different kinds of taste, and divers other kinds of things. The Brahmanas regarded those valuable gifts as made to them by the king. Cheerfully they praised the monarch and bestowed their auspicious blessings upon him. The gods and the Gandharvas were all pleased with the profusion of articles in that sacrifice. As regards human beings, they were filled with wonder at sight of that profusion. The illustrious Baladeva, of soul subdued and restrained and cleansed, having the Palmyra on his banner, distinguished by great righteousness, and ever giving away the most valuable things, then proceeded to that Tirtha of fierce current called Vasistapavaha. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 42. Janamejaya said, Why is the current of the Tirtha known by the name of Vasistapavaha so rapid? For what reason did the foremost of rivers bear away Vasishtha? What, O Lord, was the cause of the dispute between Vasishtha and Vishvamitra? Questioned by me, O thou of great wisdom, tell me all this. I am never satiated with hearing thee. Vaishampayana said, A great enmity arose between Vishvamitra and Vasishtha, O Bharata, due to their rivalry in respect of ascetic austerities. The high abode of Vasishtha was in the Tirtha called Stanu on the eastern bank of the Sarasvati. On the opposite bank was the asylum of the intelligent Vishvamitra. There, in that Tirtha, O monarch, Stanu, Mahadeva, had practiced the austerest penances. Sages still speak of those fierce feats. Having performed a sacrifice there and worshipped the river Sarasvati, Stanu established that Tirtha there. Hence it is known by the name Stanu Tirtha, O Lord. In that Tirtha, the celestials had, in days of yore, O king, installed Skanda, that slayer of the enemies of the gods, in the supreme command of their army. Unto that Tirtha of the Sarasvati, the great Rishi Vishvamitra, by the aid of his austere penances, brought Vasishtha. Listen to that history. The 2 ascetics Vishvamitra and Vasishtha, O Bharata, every day challenged each other very earnestly in respect of the superiority of their penances. The great Muni Vishvamitra, burning with jealousy at sight of the energy of Vasishtha, began to reflect on the matter. Though devoted to the performance of his duties, this, however, is the resolution, O Bharata, that he formed, this Sarasvati shall quickly bring, by force of her current, that foremost of ascetics, Vasishtha, to my presence. After he shall have been brought hither, I shall, without doubt, slay that foremost of regenerate ones. Having settled this, the illustrious and great Rishi Vishvamitra, with eyes red in wrath, thought of that foremost of rivers. Thus remembered by the ascetic, she became exceedingly agitated. The fair lady, however, repaired to that Rishi of great energy and great wrath. Pale and trembling, Sarasvati, with joined hands, appeared before that foremost of sages. Indeed, the lady was much afflicted with grief, even like a woman who has lost her mighty lord. And she said unto that best of sages, Tell me what is there that I shall do for thee. Filled with rage, the ascetic said unto her, Bring hither Vasishtha without delay, so that I may slay him. Hearing these words, the river became agitated. With joined hands, the lotus-eyed lady began to tremble exceedingly in fear, like a creeper shaken by the wind. Beholding the great river in that plight, the ascetic said unto her, without any scruple, Bring Vasishtha unto my presence. Hearing these words of his, and knowing the evil he intended to do, and acquainted also with the prowess of Vasishtha that was unrivaled on earth, she repaired to Vasishtha and informed him of what the intelligent Vishvamitra had said unto her. Fearing the curse of both, she trembled repeatedly. Indeed, her heart was on the grievous curse that either of them might pronounce on her. She stood in terror of both. Seeing her pale and plunged in anxiety, the righteous-souled Vasishtha, that foremost of men, O king, said these words unto her. Vasishtha said, O foremost of rivers, save thyself. O thou of rapid current, bear me away, otherwise Vishvamitra will curse thee. Do not feel any scruple. Hearing these words of that compassionate Rishi, the river began to think, O Kauravya, as to what course would be best for her to follow. Even these were the thoughts that arose in her mind. Vasishtha showeth great compassion for me. It is proper for me that I should serve him. Beholding then that best of rishis, Vasishtha, engaged in silent recitation of mantras on her bank, and seeing Kusika's son, Vishvamitra, also engaged in homa, Sarasvati thought, Even this is my opportunity. Then that foremost of rivers, by her current, washed away one of her banks. In washing away that bank, she bore Vasishtha away. While being borne away, O king, Vasishtha praised the river in these words, From the grandsires, Manasa, lake thou hast taken thy rise, O Sarasvati. This whole universe is filled with thy excellent waters. Winding through the firmament, O goddess, thou impartest thy waters to the clouds. All the waters are thee. Through thee we exercise our thinking faculties. Thou art Pushti and Duty, Kirti, and Siddhi and Uma. Thou art speech, and thou art Svaha. This whole universe is dependent on thee. It is thou that dwellest in all creatures, in four forms. Thus praised by that great Rishi, Sarasvati, O king, speedily bore that Brahmana towards the asylum of Vishvamitra and repeatedly represented unto the latter the arrival of the former. Beholding Vasishtha thus brought before him by Sarasvati, Vishvamitra, filled with rage, began to look for a weapon wherewith to slay that Brahmana. Seeing him filled with wrath, the river, from fear of witnessing and aiding in a Brahmana's slaughter, quickly bore Vasishtha away to her eastern bank once more. She thus obeyed the words of both, although she deceived the son of Gadi by her act. Seeing that best of rishis, Vasishtha, borne away, the vindictive Vishvamitra, filled with wrath, addressed Sarasvati, saying, Since, O foremost of rivers, thou hast gone away, having deceived me, let thy current be changed into blood that is acceptable to Rakshasas. Then, cursed by the intelligent Vishvamitra, Sarasvati flowed for a whole year, bearing blood mixed with water. The gods, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras, beholding the Sarasvati reduced to that plight, became filled with great sorrow. For this reason, O king, the Tirtha came to be called Vasisthapravaha on earth. The foremost of rivers, however, once more got back her own proper condition. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 43. Vaishampayana said, cursed by the intelligent Vishvamitra in anger, Sarasvati, in that auspicious and best of Tirthas, flowed, bearing blood in her current. Then, O king, many Rakshasas came, O Bharata, and lived happily there, drinking the blood that flowed. Exceedingly gratified with that blood, cheerfully and without anxiety of any kind, they danced and laughed there like persons that have, by merit, attained to heaven. After some time had passed away, some rishis, possessed of wealth of asceticism, came to the Sarasvati, O king, on a sojourn to her Tirthas. Those foremost of Munis, having bathed in all the Tirthas and obtained great happiness, became desirous of acquiring more merit. Those learned persons at last came, O king, to that Tirtha where the Sarasvati ran a bloody current. Those highly blessed ones, arriving at that frightful Tirtha, saw the water of the Sarasvati mixed with blood, and that innumerable Rakshasas, O monarch, were drinking it. Beholding those Rakshasas, O king, those ascetics of rigid vows made great endeavors for rescuing the Sarasvati from that plight. Those blessed ones of high vows arrived there, invoked that foremost of rivers, and said these words unto her, Tell us the reason, O auspicious lady, why this lake in thee hath been afflicted with such distress. Hearing it, we shall endeavor to restore it to its proper condition. Thus questioned, Sarasvati, trembling as she spoke, informed them of everything that had occurred. Seeing her afflicted with woe, those ascetics said, We have heard the reason. We have heard of thy curse, O sinless lady. All of us shall exert ourselves. Having said these words unto that foremost of rivers, they then consulted with one another thus, All of us shall emancipate Sarasvati from her curse. Then all those Brahmanas, O king, worshipping Mahadeva, that Lord of the universe and protector of all creatures, with penance and vows and fasts and diverse kinds of abstinences and painful observances, emancipated that foremost of rivers, the divine Sarasvati. Beholding the water of Sarasvati purified by those Munis, the Rakshasas that had taken up their abode there, afflicted with hunger, sought the protection of those Munis themselves. Afflicted with hunger, the Rakshasas, with joined hands, repeatedly said unto those ascetics filled with compassion these words, All of us are hungry. We have swerved from eternal virtue. That we are sinful in behavior is not of our free will. Through the absence of your grace and through our own evil acts, as also through the sexual sins of our women, our demerits increase and we have become Brahmarakshasas. So amongst Vaishyas and Sudras and Kshatriyas, those that hate and injure Brahmanas became Rakshasas. Ye best of Brahmanas, make arrangements then for our relief. Ye are competent to relieve all the worlds. Hearing these words of theirs, those ascetics praised the great river. For the rescue of those Rakshasas, with rapt minds those ascetics said, The food over which one sneezed, that in which there are worms and insects, that which may be mixed with any leavings of dishes, that which is mixed with hair, that which is mixed with tears, that which is trodden upon shall form the portion of these Rakshasas. The learned man, knowing all this, shall carefully avoid these kinds of food. He that shall take such food shall be regarded as eating the food of Rakshasas. Having purified the Tirtha in this way, those ascetics thus solicited that river for the relief of those Rakshasas. Understanding the views of those great rishis, that foremost of rivers caused her body, O bull among men, to assume a new shape called Aruna. Bathing in that new river, a branch of the Sarasvati, the Rakshasas cast off their bodies and went to heaven. Ascertaining all this, the chief of the celestials, Indra of 100 sacrifices, bathed in that foremost of Tirthas and became cleansed of a grievous sin. Janamejaya said, For what reason was Indra tainted with the sin of Brahmanicide? How also did he become cleansed by bathing in that tirtha? Vaishampayana said, Listen to that history, O ruler of men. Hear of those occurrences as they happened. Hear how Vasva, in days of yore, broke his treaty with Namuchi. The Asura Namuchi, from fear of Vasva, had entered a ray of the sun Indra, then made friends with Namuchi and entered into a covenant with him, saying, O foremost of Asuras, I shall not slay thee, O friend, with anything that is wet or with anything that is dry. I shall not slay thee in the night or in the day. I swear this to thee by truth. Having made this covenant, the Lord Indra one day beheld a fog. He then, O king, cut off Namuchi's head, using the foam of water as his weapon. The severed head of Namuchi thereupon pursued Indra from behind, saying unto him from a near point these words, O slayer of a friend, O wretch! Urged on incessantly by that head, Indra repaired to the grandsire and informed him, in grief, of what had occurred. The Supreme Lord of the universe said unto him, performing a sacrifice, bathe with due rites, O chief of the celestials, and Aruna, that tirtha which saveth from the fear of sin. The water of that river, O Chakra, hath been made sacred by the Munis. Formerly the presence of that river at its site was concealed. The divine Sarasvati repaired to the Aruna and flooded it with her waters. This confluence of Sarasvati and Aruna is highly sacred. Thither, O chief of the celestials, perform a sacrifice. Give away gifts in profusion. Performing thy ablutions there, thou shalt be freed from thy sin. Thus addressed, Chakra, at these words of Brahma, O Janamejaya, performed in that abode of Sarasvati diverse sacrifices. Giving away many gifts and bathing in that tirtha, he of 100 sacrifices, the piercer of Vala, duly performed certain sacrifices and then plunged in the Aruna. He became freed from the sin arising out of the slaughter of a Brahmana. The Lord of heaven then returned to heaven with a joyful heart. The head of Namuchi also fell into that stream, O Bharata, and the Asura obtained many eternal regions, O best of kings, that granted every wish. Vaishampayana continued, the high-souled Baladeva having bathed in that tirtha and given away many kinds of gifts, obtained great merit. Of righteous deeds, he then proceeded to the great tirtha of Soma. There, in days of yore, Soma himself, O king of kings, had performed the Rajasuya sacrifice. The high-souled Atri, that foremost of Brahmanas, gifted with great intelligence, became the Hatri in that grand sacrifice. Upon the conclusion of that sacrifice, a great battle took place between the gods, on the one side, and the Danavas, the Daityas, and the Rakshasas, on the other. That fierce battle is known after the name of the Asura, Tarkat. In that battle Skanda slew Tarkat. There, on that occasion, Mahasena, Skanda, that destroyer of Daityas, obtained the command of the celestial forces. In that tirtha is a gigantic aswatha tree. Under its shade, Kartikeya, otherwise called Kamara, always resides in person. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 44. Janamejaya said, Thou hast described the merits of the Sarasvati, O best of Brahmanas. It behoveth thee, O regenerate one, to describe to me the investiture of Kamara by the gods. Great is the curiosity I feel. Tell me everything, therefore, about the time when and the place where and the manner in which the adorable and puissant Lord Skanda was invested with the command of the celestial forces. Tell me also, O foremost of speakers, who they were that invested him and who performed the actual rites, and how the celestial generalissimo made a great carnage of the Daityas. Vaishampayana said, This curiosity that thou feelest is worthy of thy birth in Kuru's race. The words that I shall speak will, O Janamejaya, be conducive to thy pleasure. I shall narrate to thee the story of the investiture of Kumara and the prowess of that high-souled one, since, O ruler of men, thou wishest to hear it. In days of yore, the vital seed of Maheshvara coming out fell into a blazing fire. The consumer of everything, the adorable Agni, could not burn that indestructible seed. On the other hand, the bearer of sacrificial libations, and consequence of that seed, became possessed of great energy and splendor. He could not bear within himself that seed of mighty energy. At the command of Brahman, the Lord Agni, approaching the river Ganga, threw into her that divine seed possessed of the effulgence of the sun. Ganga also, unable to hold it, cast it on the beautiful breast of Himavat that is worshipped by the celestials. Thereupon Agni's son began to grow there, overwhelming all the worlds by his energy. Meanwhile, the 6 Kritikas beheld that child of fiery splendor. Seeing that puissant lord, that high-souled son of Agni, lying on a clump of heath, all the 6 Kritikas, who were desirous of a son, cried aloud, saying, "This child is mine, this child is mine." Understanding the state of mind of those 6 mothers, the adorable Lord Skanda sucked the breasts of all, having assumed 6 mouths. Beholding that puissance of the child, the Kritikas, those goddesses of beautiful forms, became filled with wonder. And since the adorable child had been cast by the river Ganga upon the summit of Himavat, that mountain looked beautiful, having, O delighter of the Kurus, been transformed into gold. With that growing child the whole earth became beautiful, and it was for this reason that mountains, from that time, came to be producers of gold. Possessed of great energy, the child came to be called by the name of Kartikeya. At first he had been called by the name of Gangaya. He became possessed of high ascetic powers. Endued with self-restraint and asceticism and great energy, the child grew up, O monarch, into a person of highly agreeable features like Soma himself. Possessed of great beauty, the child lay on that excellent and golden clump of heath, adored and praised by Gandharvas and ascetics. Celestial girls, by thousands, conversant with celestial music and dance, and of very beautiful features, praised him and danced before him. The foremost of all rivers, Ganga, waited upon that god. The earth also, assuming great beauty, held the child on her lap. The celestial priest Brihaspati performed the usual rites after birth in respect of that child. The Vedas, assuming a fourfold form, approached the child with joined hands. The science of arms, with its 4 divisions, and all the weapons as also all kinds of arrows, came to him. One day, the child, of great energy, saw the god of gods, the lord of Uma, seated with the daughter of Himavat, amid a swarm of ghostly creatures. Those ghostly creatures, of emaciated bodies, were of wonderful features. They were ugly and of ugly features, and wore awkward ornaments and marks. Their faces were like those of tigers and lions and bears and cats and makaras. Others were of faces like those of scorpions, others of faces like those of elephants and camels and owls. And some had faces like those of vultures and jackals. And some there were that had faces like those of cranes and pigeons and kurus. And many amongst them had bodies like those of dogs and porcupines and iguanas and goats and sheep and cows. And some resembled mountains and some oceans, and some stood with uplifted discs and maces for their weapons. And some looked like masses of antimony, and some like white mountains. The 7 Matris also were present there, O monarch, and the Sathyas, the Viswadevas, the Maruts, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Siddhas, the Danavas, the birds, the self-born and adorable Brahman with his sons, and Vishnu, and Chakra, all went thither for beholding that child of unfading glory. And many of the foremost of celestials and Gandharvas, headed by Narada, and many celestial rishis and siddhas headed by Brihaspati, and the fathers of the universe, those foremost ones, they that are regarded as gods of the gods, and the yamas and the dharmas, all went there. Endued with great strength, the child possessed of great ascetic power, proceeded to the presence of that Lord of the gods, Mahadeva, armed with trident and pinaka. Seeing the child coming, the thought entered the mind of Shiva, as it did that of Himavat's daughter and that of Ganga and of Agni, as to whom amongst the four the child would first approach for honoring him or her. Each of them thought, "He will come to me." Understanding that this was the expectation cherished by each of those four, he had recourse to his yoga powers and assumed at the same time 4 different forms. Indeed, the adorable and puissant Lord assumed those 4 forms in an instant. The 3 forms that stood behind were Saka and Visakha and Nagamiya. The adorable and puissant one, having divided himself into 4 forms, proceeded towards the 4 that sat expecting him. The form called Skanda of wonderful appearance proceeded to the spot where Rudra was sitting. Visakha went to the spot where the divine daughter of Himavat was. The adorable Saka, which is Kartikeya's Vayu form, proceeded towards Agni. Nagamiya, that child of fiery splendor, proceeded to the presence of Ganga. All those forms, of similar appearance, were endued with great effulgence. The 4 forms proceeded calmly to the 4 gods and goddesses already mentioned. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. The gods, the Danavas, and the Rakshasas made a loud noise at sight of that exceedingly wonderful incident, making the very hair to stand on end. Then Rudra and the goddess Uma and Agni and Ganga all bowed unto the grandsire, that Lord of the universe. Having duly bowed unto him, O bull among kings, they said these words, O monarch, from desire of doing good unto Kartikeya. It behoveth thee, O Lord of the gods, to grant to this youth, for the sake of our happiness, some kind of sovereignty that may be suitable to him and that he may desire. At this, the adorable grandsire of all the worlds, possessed of great intelligence, began to think within his mind as to what he should bestow upon that youth. He had formerly given away unto the formless ones, gods, all kinds of wealth over which the high-souled celestials, the Gandharvas, the Rakshasas, ghosts, yakshas, birds, and snakes have dominion. Brahma, therefore, regarded that youth to be fully entitled to that dominion which had been bestowed upon the gods. Having reflected for a moment, the grandsire, ever mindful of the welfare of the gods, bestowed upon him the status of a generalissimo among all creatures, O Bharata. And the grandsire further ordered all those gods that were regarded as the chief of the celestials and other formless beings to wait upon him. Then the gods headed by Brahman, taking that youth with them, together came to Himavat. The spot they selected was the bank of the sacred and divine Sarasvati, that foremost of rivers, taking her rise from Himavat, that Sarasvati which, at Samantapanchaka, is celebrated over the 3 worlds. There, on the sacred bank, possessing every merit of the Sarasvati, the gods and the Gandharvas took their seats with hearts well pleased in consequence of the gratification of all their desires. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 45. Vaishampayana said, collecting all articles as laid down in the scriptures for the ceremony of investiture, Brihaspati duly poured libations on the blazing fire. Himavat gave a seat which was adorned with many costly gems. Kartikeya was made to sit on that auspicious and best of seats decked with excellent gems. The gods brought thither all kinds of auspicious articles, with due rites and mantras that were necessary for a ceremony of the kind. The diverse gods Indra and Vishnu, both of great energy, and Surya and Chandramas, and Dhatri, and Vidhatri, and Vayu, and Agni, and Pushan, and Bhaga, and Aryaman, and Ansa, and Vivasvat, and Rudra of great intelligence, and Mitra, and the 11 Rudras, the 8 Vasus, the 12 Adityas, the twin Ashvinis, the Viswadevas, the Maruts, the Satyas, the Pitris, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, the Ikshas, the Rakshasas, the Panagas, innumerable celestial rishis, the Vaikanasas, the Valakilyas. Those others, among rishis, that subsist only on air, and those that subsist on the rays of the sun, the descendants of Bhrigu and Angiras, many high-souled yatis, all the Vidyadharas, all those that were crowned with ascetic success, the grandsire, Pulasatya, Pulaha of great ascetic merits, Angiras, Kasyapa, Atri, Marichi, Bhrigu, Kratu, Hara, Prachetas, Manu, Deksha, the seasons, the planets, and all the luminaries. O monarch, all the rivers in their embodied forms, the eternal Vedas, the seas, the diverse tirthas, the earth, the sky, the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass, and all the trees, O king, Aditi the mother of the gods, Hri, Sri, Svaha, Sarasvati, Uma, Sachi, Sinavali, Anumti, Kuhu, the day of the new moon, the day of the full moon, the wives of the denizens of heaven, Himavat, Vindhya, Meru of many summits, Aravat with all his followers, the divisions of time called Kala, Kashta. Fortnight, the seasons, night, and day, O king, the prince of steeds, Akalizras, Vasuki the king of the snakes, Aruna, Garuda, the trees, the deciduous herbs, and the adorable god Dharma all came there together. And there came also Kala, Yama, Mrityu, and the followers of Yama. From fear of swelling the list, I do not mention the diverse other gods that came there. All of them came to that ceremony for investing Kartikeya with the status of generalissimo. All the denizens of heaven, O king, brought there everything necessary for the ceremony and every auspicious article. Filled with joy, the denizens of heaven made that high-souled youth, that terror of the Asuras, the generalissimo of the celestial forces, after pouring upon his head the sacred and excellent water of the Sarasvati from golden jars that contained other sacred articles needed for the purpose. The grandsire of the worlds, Brahman, and Kasyapa of great energy, and the others, mentioned and not mentioned, all poured water upon Skanda, even as, O monarch, the gods had poured water on the head of Varuna, the lord of waters, for investing him with dominion. The Lord Brahman then, with a gratified heart, gave unto Skanda 4 companions, possessed of great might, endued with speed like that of the wind, crowned with ascetic success, and gifted with energy which they could increase at will. They were named Nandasena and Lohitaksha and Gantakarna and Kumudamalan. The Lord Stanu, O monarch, gave unto Skanda a companion possessed of great impetuosity, capable of producing 100 illusions, and endued with might and energy that he could enhance at will. And he was the great destroyer of Asuras. In the great battle between the gods and the Asuras, this companion that Stana gave, filled with wrath, slew, with his hands alone, 14 millions of Daityas of fierce deeds. The gods then made over to Skanda the celestial host, invincible, abounding with celestial troops, capable of destroying the enemies of the gods, and of forms like that of Vishnu. The gods then, with Vasva at their head, and the Gandharvas, the Ikshas, the Rakshasas, the Munis, and the Pitris, all shouted, "Victory!" to Skanda. Then Yama gave him 2 companions, both of whom resembled death, Unmatha and Pramtha, possessed of great energy and great splendor. Endued with great prowess, Surya, with a gratified heart, gave unto Kartikeya 2 of his followers named Sabraja and Baswara. Soma also gave him 2 companions, Mani and Samani, both of whom looked like summits of the Kailasa mountain and always used white garlands and white unguents. Agni gave unto him 2 heroic companions, grinders of hostile armies, who were named Jwalajibha and Jyoti. Ansa gave unto Skanda of great intelligence 5 companions, Pariga, and Veda, and Bhima of terrible strength, and Dahati and Dahana, both of whom were exceedingly fierce and possessed of great energy. Vasva, that slayer of hostile heroes, gave unto Agni's son 2 companions, Atkrosa and Panchaka, who were armed respectively with thunderbolt and club. These had in battle slain innumerable enemies of Shakra. The illustrious Vishnu gave unto Skanda 3 companions, Chakra and Vikrama and Sankrama, of great might. The Ashvinis, O bull of Bharata's race, with gratified hearts, gave unto Skanda 2 companions, Vardhana and Nindana, who had mastered all the sciences. The illustrious Dhatri gave unto that high-souled one 5 companions, Kunda, Kuzuma, Kumuda, Damvara, and Adamvara. Tvastri gave unto Skanda 2 companions named Chakra and Anachakra, both of whom were endued with great strength. The Lord Mitra gave unto the high-souled Kumara 2 illustrious companions named Suvrata and Sajasanda, both of whom were endued with great learning and ascetic merit, possessed of agreeable features, capable of granting boons, and celebrated over the 3 worlds. Vidhatri gave unto Kartiki 2 companions of great celebrity, the high-souled Suprabha and Subhakarman. Pushan gave him, O Bharata, 2 companions, Panitraka and Kalika, both endued with great powers of illusion. Vayu gave him, O best of the Bharatas, 2 companions, Vala and Adavala, endued with great might and very large mouths. Varuna, firmly adhering to truth, gave him Gasa and Adagasa of great might and possessed of mouths like those of whales. Himavad gave unto Agni's son 2 companions, O king, Suvrachas and Adavarkas. Meru, O Bharata, gave him 2 companions named Kanchana and Megamalan. Manu also gave unto Agni's son 2 others endued with great strength and prowess, Styra and Adastyra. Vindhya gave unto Agni's son 2 companions named Uskrita and Agnisringa, both of whom fought with large stones. Ocean gave him 2 mighty companions named Sangraha and Vigraha, both armed with maces. Parvati of beautiful features gave unto Agni's son Anmata and Pushpadanta and Sankukarna. Vasuki, the king of the snakes, O tiger among men, gave unto the son of Agni 2 snakes named Jaya and Mahajaya. Similarly, the Satyas, the Rudras, the Vasus, the Pitris, the seas, the rivers, and the mountains, all endued with great might, gave commanders of forces, armed with lances and battle-axes, and decked with diverse kinds of ornaments. Listen now to the names of those other combatants armed with diverse weapons and clad in diverse kinds of robes and ornaments that Skanda procured. They were Sankukarna, Nilkamba, Padmai, Kumud, Ananta, Dwadasabuja, Krishna, Upakrishnaka, Granasravas, Kapaskanda, Kanchanaksha, Jalandama, Akshasantarjana, Kunataka, Tamabrakrit, Ekaksha, Dwadasaksha, Ekajata, Sahasravahu, Vikata, Vyagraksha, Kshitakampana, Panyanaman, Sunaman, Suvaktra, Prayadarsana, Parasruta, Kokonata, Prayamalianulepana, Ajadara, Gajasiras, Skandhaksha, Satalokana, Jwalajiba, Kerala, Siddhakiza, Jati, Hari, Krishnakasa, Jatadhara, Chatterdanstra, Ashtajiva, Meghananda, Prithasravas, Vidyutaksha, Danavaktra, Jathara, Maritasana, Udaraksha, Rathaksha, Vajranabha, Vasaprabha, Samadravega, Selakampan, Vrisha, Meshapravaha, Nanda, Upadanka, Dumra, Sweta, Kalinga, Siddhartha, Varada, Priyaka, Nanda, Dinanda, Ananda, Pramoda, Swastika, Dhruvaka, Kshamavaha, Sabala, Siddhapatra, Gavraja, Kanakapada, Gyana, Hazana, Vana, Kadga, Vitali, Adatali, Kathaka, Vathika, Hansaja, Pakshadigdhanga, Samadramadana. Ranatkata, Prashasa, Swetasita, Nandaka, Kalakantha, Prabhasa, Kumbhandaka, Kalakaksha, Sita, Buddhalomathana, Yajnavaha, Pravaha, Devajali, Samapa, Majala, Krathatahara Chitradeva, Madura, Suprasada, Kiritan, Vatsala, Madhuvarna, Kalasadara, Dharmata, Manma, Thakara, Suchavactara, Swetavactara, Suvactara, Sharavactara, Pandura, Dandavahu, Suvahu, Rajas, Kokilaka, Achla, Kanakaksha, Valakarakshaka, Sankaraka, Kakanata, Gridrapatra, Jamvuka, Lohajvactara, Javana, Kumbhavactara, Kumbhaka, Mundagrava, Krishnaujas, Hansavactara, Kandraba, Panakurchas, Samvuka, Panchavactara, Sikshaka, Chasavactara, Jamvuka, Karvactara, and Kanchaka. Besides these, many other high-souled and mighty companions, devoted to ascetic austerities and regardful of brahmanas, were given unto him by the grandsire. Some of them were in youth, some were old, and some, O Janamejaya, were very young in years. Thousands upon thousands of such came to Kartikeya. They were possessed of diverse kinds of faces. Listen to me, O Janamejaya, as I describe them. Some had faces like those of tortoises, and some like those of cocks. The faces of some were very long, O Bharata. Some, again, had faces like those of dogs, and wolves, and hares, and owls, and asses, and camels, and hogs. Some had human faces, and some had faces like those of sheep and jackals. Some were terrible and had faces like those of makaras and porpoises. Some had faces like those of cats, and some like those of biting flies, and the faces of some were very long. Some had faces like those of the mongoose, the owl, and the crow. Some had faces like those of mice and peacocks and fishes and goats and sheep and buffaloes. The faces of some resembled those of bears and tigers and leopards and lions. Some had faces like those of elephants and crocodiles. The faces of some resembled those of Garuda and the rhinoceros and the wolf. Some had faces like those of cows and mules and camels and cats. Possessed of large stomachs and large legs and limbs, some had eyes like stars. The faces of some resembled those of pigeons and bulls. Others had faces like those of kokilas and hawks and titteras and lizards. Some were clad in white robes. Some had faces like those of snakes. The faces of some resembled those of porcupines. Indeed, some had frightful and some very agreeable faces, some had snakes for their clothes. The faces as also the noses of some resembled those of cows. Some had large limbs protruding stomachs, but other limbs very lean. Some had large limbs, but lean stomachs. The necks of some were very short, and the ears of some were very large. Some had diverse kinds of snakes for their ornaments. Some were clad in skins of large elephants, and some in black deerskins. The mouths of some were on their shoulders. Some had mouths on their stomachs, some on their backs, some on their cheeks, some on their calves, and some on their flanks, and the mouths of many were placed on other parts of their bodies. The faces of many amongst those leaders of troops were like those of insects and worms. The mouths of many amongst them were like those of diverse beasts of prey. Some had many arms and some many heads. The arms of some resembled trees, and the heads of some were on their loins. The faces of some were tapering like the bodies of snakes. Many amongst them had their abodes on diverse kinds of plants and herbs. Some were clad in rags, some in diverse kinds of bones, some were diversely clad, and some were adorned in diverse kinds of garlands and diverse kinds of unguents. Dressed diversely, some had skins for their robes. Some had headgears, The brows of some were furrowed into lines, the necks of some bore marks like those on conch shells, some were possessed of great effulgence. Some had diadems, some had 5 tufts of hair on their heads, and the hair of some was very hard. Some had 2 tufts, some 3, and some 7. Some had feathers on their heads, some had crowns, some had heads that were perfectly bald, and some had matted locks. Some were adorned with beautiful garlands, and the faces of some were very hairy. Battle was the one thing in which they took great delight, and all of them were invincible by even the foremost ones amongst the gods. Many amongst them were clad in diverse kinds of celestial robes. All were fond of battle. Some were of dark complexion, and the faces of some had no flesh on them. Some had very long backs, and some had no stomachs. The backs of some were very large, while those of some were very short. Some had long stomachs, and the limbs of some were long. The arms of some were long, while those of some were short. Some were dwarfs of short limbs. Some were hunchbacked. Some had short hips. The cars and heads of some were like those of elephants. Some had noses like those of tortoises, some like those of wolves. Some had long lips, some had long hips, and some were frightful, having their faces downwards. Some had very large teeth, some had very short teeth, and some had only 4 teeth. Thousands among them, O king, were exceedingly terrible, looking like infuriated elephants of gigantic size. Some were of symmetrical limbs, possessed of great splendor, and adorned with ornaments. Some had yellow eyes, some had ears like arrows, some had noses like gavials. O Bharata! Some had broad teeth, some had broad lips, and some had green hair. Possessed of diverse kinds of feet and lips and teeth, they had diverse kinds of arms and heads. Clad in diverse kinds of skins, they spoke diverse kinds of languages, O Bharata. Skilled in all provincial dialects, those puissant ones conversed with one another. Those mighty companions, filled with joy, gambled there, cutting capers, around Kartikeya. Some were long-necked, some long-nailed, some long-legged. Some amongst them were large-headed and some large-armed. The eyes of some were yellow. The throats of some were blue, and the ears of some were long, O Bharata. The stomachs of some were like masses of antimony. The eyes of some were white, the necks of some were red, and some had eyes of a tawny hue. Many were dark in color, and many, O king, were of diverse colors, O Bharata. Many had ornaments on their persons that looked like yak tails. Some bore white streaks on their bodies, and some bore red streaks. Some were of diversified colors, and some had golden complexions, and some were endued with splendors like those of the peacock. I shall describe to thee the weapons that were taken by those that came last to Kartikeya. Listen to me. Some had noses on their uplifted arms. Their faces were like those of tigers and asses. Their eyes were on their backs, their throats were blue, and their arms resembled spiked clubs. Some were armed with satagnis and discs, and some had heavy and short clubs. Some had swords and mallets, and some were armed with bludgeons, O Bharata. Some, possessed of gigantic sizes and great strength, were armed with lances and scimitars. Some were armed with maces and busundis, and some had spears on their hands. Possessed of high souls and great strength, and endued with great speed and great impetuosity, those mighty companions had diverse kinds of terrible weapons in their arms. Beholding the installation of Kartikeya, those beings of mighty energy, delighting in battle and wearing on their persons rows of tinkling bells, danced around him in joy. These and many other mighty companions, O king, came to the high-souled and illustrious Kartikeya. Some belonged to the celestial regions, some to the aerial, and some to the regions of the earth. All of them were endued with speed like that of the wind. Commanded by the gods, those brave and mighty ones became the companions of Kartikeya. Thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions, of such beings came there at the installation of the high-souled Kartikeya and stood surrounding him. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 46. Vaishampayana said, "Listen now to the large bands of the mothers, those slayers of foes, O hero, that became the companions of Kumara, as I mention their names. Listen, O Bharata, to the names of those illustrious mothers. The mobile and immobile universe is pervaded by those auspicious ones. They are Prabhavati, Vishalakshi, Palita, Gonasi, Srimati, Bahula, Bahuputrika, Apsujata, Gopali, Brihadambalika, Jayavati, Malatika, Dhruvaratna, Bhayankari, Vasudama, Sudama, Vishoka, Nandini, Ekakuta, Mahakuta, Kakranimi, Adajani, Jayatsena, Kamlakshi, Shobna, Shatrunja, Shalabi, Kuri, Madhavi, Shubhavaktra, Tirthanimi, Jatapriya, Kalyani, Kadrala, Amadashena, Meghasvana, Bhagavati, Subru, Kanakavati, Alatakshi, Viryavati, Vidyujiva, Padmavti, Sanakshetra, Kandara, Bhawiojana, Santanika, Kamala, Mahabala, Sudama, Bahudama, Suprabha, Yashasvini, Nridyapriya, Shatalokalamakala, Shataganta, Shatananda, Bhagananda, Bhamini, Vapushmati, Kandrashita, Bhadrakali, Samkarika, Nishkutaka, Brahma, Kadravasini, Sumangala, Svastamati, Vridhikama, Jayapriya, Dhanata, Suprasada, Bhavata, Jalashvari, Edi, Bedi, Samedi, Vedalajanani, Kanduti, Kalika, Devamitra, Lambesai, Kitaki, Citrasina, Bala, Kukutaka, Shankanika, Jarjarika, Kundarika, Kokalika, Kandara, Shatadari, Akruthini, Jarina, Mahavega, Kankana, Manojava, Kantakini, Pragasa, Pudana, Kashaya, Kurvuti, Vama, Kroshanatha, Taditprabha, Mandadari, Tunda, Katara, Megavasini, Subhaga, Lamini, Lamba, Vasakuta, Vikathani, Urdvavanadhara, Pingakshi, Lohamekala, Prithavaktara, Madhurika, Madhukumba, Pakshalika, Manthanika, Jarayu, Jarjaranana, Kiata, Dahata, Damadama, Kandakanda, Pushana, Manakundala, Amoga, Lambapeodhara, Vinyuvanadara, Pingakshi, Lohamekala, Shashalukhamukhi, Krishna, Karajanga, Mahajava, Shishamaramuki, Shveta, Lohitakshi, Vibhishana, Jatalika, Kamakari, Durgajiva, Balatkata, Kaletika, Vamanika, Mukuda, Lohitakshi, Mahakaya, Harapindi, Ikakshura, Sukusuma, Krishnakarni, Kshurakarni, Katishkarni, Karnapravarana, Kateshpathanakita, Gokarni, Mahishanana, Karakarni, Mahakarni, Barisvanamahana, Shankakumbhasvana, Bangata, Gana, Sugana, Baitai, Kamata, Kateshpatharata, Bhutirtha, Anyagakara, Pashuta, Vitata, Subda, Mahayasha, Peyoda, Gomahishita, Suvishena, Pratishta, Supratishta, Rokamana, Surakana, Nokarni, Mukhakarni, Sasira, Starika, Ekakakra, Megarava, Megmala, and Virakana. These and many other mothers, O bull of Bharata's race, numbering by thousands, of diverse forms, became the followers of Kartikeya. Their nails were long, their teeth were large, and their lips also, O Bharata, were protruding. Of straight forms and sweet features, all of them, endowed with youth, were decked with ornaments. Possessed of ascetic merit, they were capable of assuming any form at will. Having not much flesh on their limbs, they were of fair complexions and endued with splendor like that of gold. Some amongst them were dark and looked like clouds in hue, and some were of the color of smoke, O bull of Bharata's race. And some were endued with the splendor of the morning sun and were highly blessed. Possessed of long tresses, they were clad in robes of white. The braids of some were tied upwards, and the eyes of some were tawny, and some had girdles that were very long. Some had long stomachs, some had long ears, and some had long breasts. Some had coppery eyes and coppery complexion, and the eyes of some were green. Capable of granting boons and of traveling at will, they were always cheerful. Possessed of great strength, some amongst them partook of the nature of Yama, some of Rudra, some of Soma, some of Kuvara, some of Varuna, some of Indra, and some of Agni, O scorcher of foes. And some partook of the nature of Vayu, some of Kamara, some of Brahma, O bull of Bharata's race, and some of Vishnu, and some of Surya, and some of Varha. Of charming and delightful features, they were beautiful like the Azuras. In voice they resembled the Kokila, and in prosperity they resembled the Lord of Treasures. In battle, their energy resembled that of Chakra. In splendor they resembled fire. In battle they always inspired their foes with terror. Capable of assuming any form at will, in fleetness they resembled the very wind. Of inconceivable might and energy, their prowess also was inconceivable. They have their abodes on trees and open spots and crossings of 4 roads. They live also in caves and crematoriums, mountains and springs. Adorned with diverse kinds of ornaments, they wear diverse kinds of attire, and speak diverse languages. These and many other tribes, of the mothers, all capable of inspiring foes with dread, followed the high-souled Kartikeyi at the command of the chief of the Celestials. The adorable chastiser of Paka, O tiger among kings, gave unto Guha, Kartikeyi, a dart for the destruction of the enemies of the gods. That dart produces a loud whiz and is adorned with many large bells. Possessed of great splendor, it seemed to blaze with light. And Indra also gave him a banner effulgent as the morning sun. Shiva gave him a large army, exceedingly fierce and armed with diverse kinds of weapons, and endued with great energy begotten of ascetic penances. Invincible and possessing all the qualities of a good army, that force was known by the name of the Dhananjaya. It was protected by 30,000 warriors, each of whom was possessed of might equal to that of Rudra himself. That force knew not how to fly from battle. Vishnu gave him a triumphal garland that enhances the might of the wearer. Uma gave him 2 pieces of cloth of effulgence like that of the sun. With great pleasure Ganga gave unto Kamara a celestial waterpot, begotten of Amrita, and Brihaspati gave him a sacred stick. Garuda gave him his favorite son, a peacock of beautiful feathers. Aruna gave him a cock of sharp talons. The royal Varuna gave him a snake of great energy and might. The Lord Brahma gave unto that god devoted to Brahman a black deerskin. And the Creator of all the worlds also gave him victory in all battles. Having obtained the command of the celestial forces, Skandal looked resplendent like a blazing fire of bright flames. Accompanied by those companions and the mothers, he proceeded for the destruction of the Daityas, gladdening all the foremost of the gods. The terrible host of celestials, furnished with standards adorned with bells, and equipped with drums and conchs and cymbals, and armed with weapons, and decked with many banners, looked beautiful like the autumnal firmament bespangled with planets and stars. Then that vast assemblage of celestials and diverse kinds of creatures began cheerfully to beat their drums and blow their conchs numbering thousands. And they also played on their patahas and jarjaras and krikakas and cow horns and adambaras and gamukas and dindimas of loud sound. All the gods, with Vasva at their head, praised Kamara. The celestials and the Gandharvas sang and the Apsaras danced. Well pleased, With these attentions, Skanda granted a boon unto all the gods, saying, I shall slay all your foes, then, that is, that desire to slay you. Having obtained this boon from that best of gods, the illustrious celestials regarded their foes to be already slain. After Skanda had granted that boon, a loud sound arose from all those creatures inspired with joy, filling the three worlds. Accompanied by that vast host, Skanda then set out for the destruction of the Daityas and the protection of the denizens of heaven. Exertion and victory and righteousness and success and prosperity and courage and the scriptures and their embodied forms proceeded in the van of Kartikeya's army, O king. With that terrible force, which was armed with lances, mallets, blazing brands, maces, heavy clubs, arrows, darts, and spears, and which was decked with beautiful ornaments and armor, and which uttered roars like those of a proud lion, the divine Guha set out. Beholding him, all the Daityas, Rakshasas, and Danavas, anxious with fear, fled away on all sides. Armed with diverse weapons, the celestials pursued them. Seeing the foe flying away, Skanda, endued with energy and might, became inflamed with wrath. He repeatedly hurled his terrible weapon, the dart he had received from Agni. The energy that he then displayed resembled a fire fed with libations of clarified butter. While the dart was repeatedly hurled by Skanda of immeasurable energy, meteoric flashes, O king, fell upon the earth. Thunderbolts also, with tremendous noise, fell upon the earth. Everything became as frightful, O king, as it becomes on the day of universal destruction. When that terrible dart was once hurled by the son of Agni, millions of darts issued from it, O bull of Bharata's race. The puissant and adorable Skanda, filled with joy, at last slew Tarka, the chief of the Daityas, endued with great might and prowess, and surrounded, in that battle, by a 100,000 heroic and mighty Daityas. He then, in that battle, slew Mahisha, who was surrounded by 8 Padmas of Daityas. He next slew Tripada, who was surrounded by a 1,000 Ajutas of Daityas. The puissant Skanda then slew Hratadara, who was surrounded by 10 Nikarvas of Daityas, with all his followers armed with diverse weapons. Filling the 10 points of the compass, the followers of Kamara, O king, made a loud noise while those Daityas were being slain, and danced and jumped and laughed in joy. Thousands of Daityas, O king, were burnt with the flames that issued from Skanda's dart, while others breathed their last, terrified by the roars of Skanda. The three worlds were frightened at the yawns of Skanda's soldiers. The foes were consumed with flames produced by Skanda. Many were slain by his roars alone. Some amongst the foes of the gods, struck with banners, were slain. Some, frightened by the sounds of bells, fell down on the surface of the earth. Some, mangled with weapons, fell down, deprived of life. In this way the heroic and mighty Kartikeya slew innumerable foes of the gods possessed of great strength that came to fight with him. Then Bali's son Vana of great might, getting upon the Kranka mountain, battled with the celestial host. Possessed of great intelligence, the great generalissimo Skanda rushed against that foe of the gods. From fear of Kartikeya, he took shelter within the Kranka mountain. Inflamed with rage, the adorable Kartikeya then pierced that mountain with that dart given him by Agni. The mountain was called Kranka, crane, because of the sound it always produced resembled the cry of a crane. That mountain was variegated with shala trees. The apes and elephants on it were affrighted. The birds that had their abode on it rose up and wheeled around in the welkin. The snakes began to dart down its sides. It resounded also with the cries of leopards and bears in large numbers that ran hither and thither in fear. Other forests on it rang with the cries of hundreds upon hundreds of animals. Sharabas and lions suddenly ran out. In consequence of all this, that mountain, though it was reduced to a very pitiable plight, still assumed a very beautiful aspect. The Vidyadharas dwelling on its summits soared into the air. The Kinnaras also became very anxious, distracted by the fear caused by the fall of Skanda's dart. The Daityas then, by hundreds and thousands, came out of that blazing mountain, all clad in beautiful ornaments and garlands. The followers of Kumara, prevailing over them in battle, slew them all. The adorable Skanda, inflamed with rage, quickly slew the son of Daitya chief, Bali, along with his younger brother, even as Indra had slain Vritra in days before. The slayer of hostile heroes, Agni's son, pierced with his dart the Kranka mountain, dividing his own self sometimes into many and sometimes uniting all his portions into one. Repeatedly hurled from his hand, the dart repeatedly came back to him. Even such was the might and glory of the adorable son of Agni. With redoubled heroism and energy and fame and success, the god pierced the mountain and slew hundreds of Daityas. The adorable god, having thus slain the enemies of the celestials, was worshipped and honored by the latter and obtained great joy. After the Kranka mountain had been pierced and after the son of Kanda had been slain, drums were beaten, O king, and conchs were blown. The celestial ladies rained floral showers in succession upon that divine lord of yogis. Auspicious breezes began to blow, bearing celestial perfumes. The Gandharvas hymned his praises, as also great rishis always engaged in the performance of sacrifices. Some speak of him as the puissant son of the grandsire, Sanat Kumara, the eldest of all the sons of Brahma. Some speak of him as the son of Maheshvara, and some as that of Agni. Some again describe him as the son of Uma, or of the Kritikas, or of Ganga. Hundreds and thousands of people speak of that lord of yogis of blazing form and great might as the son of one of those, or of either of two of those, or of any one of four of those. I have thus told thee, O king, everything about the installation of Kartikeya. Listen now to the history of the sacredness of that foremost of Tirthas on the Sarasvati. That foremost of Tirthas, O monarch, after the enemies of the gods had been slain, became a second heaven. The puissant son of Agni gave unto each of the foremost ones among the celestials diverse kinds of dominion and affluence, and at last the sovereignty of the three worlds. Even thus, O monarch, was that adorable exterminator of the Daityas installed by the gods as their generalissimo. That other Tirtha, O bull of Bharata's race, where in days of your Varuna the Lord of Waters had been installed by the celestials, is known by the name of Taijasa. Having bathed in that Tirtha and adored Skanda, Rama gave unto the Brahmanas gold and clothes and ornaments and other things. Passing one night there, that slayer of hostile heroes, Madhava, praising that foremost of Tirthas and touching its water, became cheerful and happy. I have now told thee everything about which thou hadst inquired, how the divine Skanda was installed by the assembled gods. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 47. Janamejaya said, This history, O regenerate one, that I have heard from thee is exceedingly wonderful, this narration, in detail, of the installation, according to due rites, of Skanda. O thou possessed of wealth of asceticism, I deem myself cleansed by having listened to this account. My hair stands on end, and my mind hath become cheerful. Having heard the history of the installation of Kumara and the destruction of the Daityas, great hath been my joy. I feel a curiosity, however, in respect of another matter. How was the Lord of the Waters installed by the celestials in that Tirtha in days of yore? O best of men, tell me that, for thou art possessed of great wisdom and art skilled in narration. Vaishampayana said, Listen, O king, to this wonderful history of what transpired truly in a former kalpa. In days of yore, in the Krita age, O king, all celestials, duly approaching Varuna, said unto him these words, as Shakra, the Lord of the celestials, always protects us from every fear, similarly be thou the Lord of all the rivers. Thou always residest, O God, in the ocean, that home of Makaras. This ocean, the Lord of rivers, will then be under thy dominion. Thou shalt then wax and wane with Soma. Thus addressed, Varuna answered them, saying, Let it be so. All the celestials then, assembling together, made Varuna having his abode in the ocean the Lord of all the waters, according to the rites laid down in the scriptures. Having installed Varuna as the Lord of all aquatic creatures and worshipping him duly, the celestials returned to their respective abodes. Installed by the celestials, the illustrious Varuna began to duly protect seas and lakes and rivers and other reservoirs of water as Shakra protects the gods. Bathing in that Tirtha also and giving away diverse kinds of gifts, Baladeva, the slayer of Pralamva, possessed of great wisdom, then proceeded to Agnitirtha, that spot where the eater of clarified butter, disappearing from the view, became concealed within the entrails of the Sami wood. When the light of all the worlds thus disappeared, O sinless one, the gods then repaired to the grandsire of the universe. And they said, The adorable Agni has disappeared. We do not know the reason. Let not all creatures be destroyed. Create fire, O puissant Lord. Janamejaya said, For what reason did Agni, the creator of all the worlds, disappear? How also was he discovered by the gods? Tell me all this in detail. Vaishampayana said, Agni of great energy became very much frightened at the curse of Bhrigu. Concealing himself within the entrails of the Sami wood, that adorable god disappeared from the view. Upon the disappearance of Agni, all the gods, with Vasva at their head, in great affliction, searched for the missing god. Finding Agni then, they saw that god lying within the entrails of the Sami wood. The celestials, O tiger among king, with Brihaspati at their head, having succeeded in finding out the god, became very glad with Vasva amongst them. They then returned to the places they had come from. Agni also, from Bhrigu's curse, became an eater of everything, as Bhrigu, that utterer of Brahma, had said. The intelligent Bolrama, having bathed there, then proceeded to Brahmayoni, where the adorable grandsire of all the worlds had exercised his functions of creations. In days of yore, the Lord Brahman, along with all the gods, bathed in that Tirtha, according to due rites for the celestials. Bathing there and giving away diverse kinds of gifts, Valadeva then proceeded to the Tirtha called Kauvara, where the puissant Alavila, having practiced severe austerities, obtained, O king, the lordship over all treasures. While he dwelt there, engaged in austerities, all kinds of wealth and all the precious gems came to him of their own accord. Baladeva, having repaired to that Tirtha and bathed in its waters, duly gave much wealth unto the Brahmanas. Rama beheld at that spot the excellent woods of Kuvara. In days of yore, the high-souled Kuvara, the chief of the Ikshas, having practiced the severest austerities there, obtained many boons. There were the lordship of all treasures, the friendship of Rudra possessed of immeasurable energy, the status of a god, the regency over a particular point of the compass, the north, and a son named Nakakuvara. These the chief of the Ikshas speedily obtained there, O thou of mighty arms. The Maruts, coming there, installed him duly in his sovereignty. He also obtained for a vehicle a well-equipped and celestial car, fleet as thought, as also all the affluence of a god. Bathing in that Tirtha and giving away much wealth, Vala using white unguents thence proceeded quickly to another Tirtha. Populous with all kinds of creatures, that Tirtha is known by the name Vatarapakana. There the fruits of every season are always to be found, and flowers and fruits of every kind are always abundant. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 48. Vaishampayana said, Rama, as already said, then proceeded to the tirtha called Vadarapakana, where dwelt many ascetics and siddhas. There the daughter of Bharadvaja, unrivaled on earth for beauty, named Shruvavati, practiced severe austerities. She was a maiden who led the life of a brahmacharini. That beautiful damsel, observing diverse kinds of vows, practiced the austerest of penances, moved by the desire of obtaining the Lord of the Celestials for her husband. Many years passed away, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, during which that damsel continually observed those diverse vows exceedingly difficult of being practiced by women. The adorable chastiser of Paka at last became gratified with her in consequence of that conduct and those penances of hers, and that high regard she showed for him. The puissant Lord of the Celestials then came to that hermitage, having assumed the form of the high-souled and regenerate Rishi Vasishtha. Beholding that foremost of ascetics, Vasishtha, of the austerest penances, she worshipped him, O Bharata, according to the rites observed by ascetics. Conversant with vows, the auspicious and sweet-speeched damsel addressed him, saying, O adorable one, O tiger among ascetics, tell me thy commands, O Lord. O thou of excellent vows, I shall serve thee according to the measure of my might. I will not, however, give thee my hand, in consequence of my regard for Shakra. I am seeking to please Shakra, the Lord of the three worlds, with vows and rigid observances and ascetic penances. Thus addressed by her, the illustrious god, smiling as he cast his eyes on her, and knowing her observances, addressed her sweetly, O Bharata, saying, Thou practicest penances of the austerest kind. This is known to me, O thou of excellent vows. That object also, cherished in thy heart, for the attainment of which thou strivest, O auspicious one, shall, O thou of beautiful face, be accomplished for thee. Everything is attainable by penances. Everything rests on penances. All those regions of blessedness, O thou of beautiful face, that belong to the gods can be obtained by penances. Penances are the root of great happiness. Those men that cast off their bodies after having practiced austere penances obtain the status of gods, O auspicious one. Bear in mind these words of mine. Do thou now, O blessed damsel, boil these 5 jujubes, O thou of excellent vows. Having said these words, the adorable slayer of Vala went away, taking leave, to mentally recite certain mantras at an excellent tirtha not far from that hermitage. That tirtha came to be known in the 3 worlds after the name of Indra, O giver of honors. Indeed, it was for the purpose of testing the damsel's devotion that the Lord of the Celestials acted in that way for obstructing the boiling of the jujubes. The damsel, O king, having cleansed herself, began her task. Restraining speech and with attention fixed on it, she sat to her task without feeling any fatigue. Even thus that damsel of high vows, O tiger among kings, began to boil those jujubes. As she sat employed in her task, O bull among men, day was about to wane, but yet those jujubes showed no signs of having been softened. The fuel she had there was all consumed. Seeing the fire about to die away owing to want of fuel, she began to burn her own limbs. The beautiful maiden first thrust her feet into the fire. The sinless damsel sat still while her feet began to be consumed. The faultless girl did not at all mind her burning feet. Difficult of accomplishment, she did it from desire of doing good to the rishi that had been her guest. Her face did not at all change under that painful process, nor did she feel any cheerlessness on that account. Having thrust her limbs into the fire, she felt as much joy as if she had dipped them into cool water. The words of the rishi, cook these jujubes well, were born in her mind, O Bharata. The auspicious damsel, bearing those words of the great rishi in her mind, began to cook those jujubes, although the latter, O king, showed no signs of softening. The adorable Agni himself consumed her feet. For this, however, the maiden did not feel the slightest pain. Beholding this act of hers, the Lord of the three worlds became highly satisfied. He then showed himself in his own proper form to the damsel. The chief of the celestials then addressed that maiden of very austere vows, saying, I am pleased at thy devotion, thy penances, and thy vows. The wish, therefore, O auspicious one, that thou cherishest shall be accomplished. Casting off thy body, O blessed one, thou shalt in heaven live with me. This hermitage, again, shall become the foremost of tirthas in the world, capable of cleansing from every sin, O thou of fair eyebrows, and shall be known by the name of Vadarapakana. It shall be celebrated in the three worlds, and shall be praised by great rishis. In this very tirtha, O auspicious, sinless, and highly blessed one, the 7 rishis had, on one occasion, left Arundhati, the wife of one of them, when they went to Himavat. Those highly blessed ones of very rigid vows had gone there for gathering fruits and roots for their sustenance. While they thus lived in a forest of Himavat for procuring their sustenance, a drought occurred extending for 12 years. Those ascetics, having made an asylum for themselves, continued to live there. Meanwhile Arundhati devoted herself to ascetic penances at the spot where she had been left. Beholding Arundhati devoted to the austerest of vows, the boon-giving and three-eyed deity, Mahadeva, highly pleased, came there. The great Mahadeva, assuming the form of a Brahmana, came to her and said, I desire alms, O auspicious one. The beautiful Arundhati said unto him, Our store of food hath been exhausted, O Brahmana. Do thou eat jujubes. Mahadeva replied, Cook these jujubes, O thou of excellent vows. After these words, she began to cook those jujubes for doing what was agreeable to that Brahmana. Placing those jujubes on the fire, the celebrated Arundhati listened to diverse excellent and charming and sacred discourses from the lips of Mahadeva. That 12 years' drought then passed away, as if it were a single day. Without food, and employed in cooking and listening to those auspicious discourses, that terrible period passed away, as if it were a single day to her. Then the 7 rishis, having procured fruits from the mountain, returned to that spot. The adorable Mahadeva, highly pleased with Arundhati, said unto her, Approach, as formerly, these rishis, O righteous one. I have been gratified with thy penances and vows. The adorable Hara then stood confessed in his own form. Gratified, he spoke unto them about the noble conduct of Arundhati, in these words, The ascetic merit, ye regenerate ones, that this lady hath earned, is, I think, much greater than what ye have earned on the breast of Himavat. The penances practiced by this lady have been exceedingly austere, for she passed 12 years in cooking, herself fasting all the while. The divine Mahadeva then, addressing Arundhati, said unto her, Solicit thou the boon, O auspicious dame, which is in thy heart. Then that lady of large eyes that were of a reddish hue addressed the god in the midst of the 7 rishis, saying, If, O divine one, thou art gratified with me, then let this spot be an excellent tirtha. Let it be known by the name of Vadarapakana, and let it be the favorite resort of siddhas and celestial rishis. So also, O God of gods, let him who observes a fast here and resides for 3 nights after having cleansed himself, obtain the fruit of a 12 years' fast. The god answered her, saying, Let it be so. Praised by the 7 rishis, the god then repaired to heaven. Indeed, the rishis had been filled with wonder at the sight of the god, and upon beholding the chaste Arundhati herself unspent and still possessed of the hue of health, and so capable of bearing hunger and thirst. Even thus the pure-souled Arundhati, in days of old, obtained the highest success, like thee, O highly blessed lady, for my sake, O damsel of rigid vows. Thou, however, O amiable maiden, hast practiced several penances. Gratified with thy vows, I shall also grant thee this special boon, O auspicious one, a boon that is superior to what was granted to Arundhati. Through the power of the high-souled God who had granted that boon to Arundhati, and through the energy of thyself, O amiable one, I shall duly grant thee another boon now, that the person who will reside in this tirtha for only one night and bathe here with soul fixed on meditation, will, after casting off his body, obtain many regions of blessedness that are difficult of acquisition by other means. Having said these words unto the cleansed Shruvavati, the thousand-eyed chakra of great energy then went back to heaven. After the wielder of the thunderbolt, O king, had departed, a shower of celestial flowers of sweet fragrance fell there, O chief of Bharata's race. Celestial kettledrums also, of loud sound, were beaten there. Auspicious and perfumed breezes also blew there, O monarch. The auspicious Shruvavati then, casting off her body, became the spouse of Indra. Obtaining the status through austere penances, she began to pass her time, sporting with him for ever and ever. Janamejaya said, Who was the mother of Shruvavati, and how was that fair damsel reared? I desire to hear this, O Brahmana, for the curiosity I feel is great. Vaishampayana said, The vital seed of the regenerate and high-souled Rishi Bharadvaja fell upon beholding the large-eyed Apsara as the latter was passing at one time. That foremost of ascetics thereupon held it in his hand. It was then kept in a cup made of the leaves of a tree. In that cup was born the girl Shruvavati. Having performed the usual postgenital rites, the great ascetic Bharadvaja, endued with wealth of penances, gave her a name. The name the righteous-souled Rishi gave her in the presence of the gods and rishis was Shruvavati. Keeping the girl in his hermitage, Bharadvaja repaired to the forests of Himavat. That foremost one among the Yadus, Baladeva of great dignity, having bathed in that tirtha and given away much wealth unto many foremost of Brahmanas, then proceeded, with soul well fixed on meditation, to the tirtha of Sakta. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 49. Vaishampayana said, The mighty chief of the Yadus, having proceeded to Indra's tirtha, bathed there according to due rites, and gave away wealth and gems unto the Brahmanas. There the chief of the celestials had performed 100 horse sacrifices, and given away enormous wealth unto Brihaspati. Indeed, through the assistance of Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas, Shakra performed all those sacrifices there, according to rites ordained in the scriptures. Those sacrifices were such that everything in them was unstinted. Steeds of all kinds were brought there. The gifts to Brahmanas were profuse. Having duly completed those 100 sacrifices, O chief of the Bharatas, Shakra of great splendor came to be called by the name of Sadakratu. That auspicious and sacred tirtha, capable of cleansing from every sin, thereupon came to be called after his name as Indratirtha. Having duly bathed there, Baladeva worshipped the Brahmanas with presents of excellent food and robes. He then proceeded to that auspicious and foremost of tirthas called after the name of Rama. The highly blessed Rama of Bhrigu's race, endued with great ascetic merit, repeatedly subjugated the earth and slew all the foremost of Kshatriyas. After achieving such feats, Rama performed in that tirtha a Vajapaya sacrifice and 100 horse sacrifices through the assistance of his preceptor Kasyapa, that best of Munis. There, as sacrificial fee, Rama gave unto his preceptor the whole earth with her oceans. The great Rama, having duly bathed there, made presents unto the Brahmanas, O Janamejaya, and worshipped them thus. Having made diverse present consisting of diverse kinds of gems, as also kine and elephants and female slaves and sheep and goats, he then retired into the woods. Having bathed in that sacred and foremost of tirthas that was the resort of gods and regenerate rishis, Baladeva duly worshipped the ascetics there, and then proceeded to the tirtha called Yamuna. Endued with great effulgence, Varuna, the highly blessed son of Aditi, had in days of yore performed in that tirtha the Rajasuya sacrifice, O Lord of earth. Having in battle subjugated both men and celestials and Gandharvas and Rakshasas, Varuna, O king, that slayer of hostile heroes, performed his grand sacrifice in that tirtha. Upon the commencement of that foremost of sacrifices, a battle ensued between the gods and the Danavas, inspiring the three worlds with terror. After the completion of that foremost of sacrifices, the Rajasuya, of Varuna, a terrible battle, O Janamejaya, ensued amongst the Kshatriyas. The ever-liberal and puissant Baladeva, having worshipped the rishis there, made many presents unto those that desired them. Filled with joy and praised by the great rishis, Baladeva, that hero ever decked with garlands of wild flowers and possessed of eyes like lotus leaves, then proceeded to the tirtha called Aditya. There, O best of kings, the adorable Surya of great splendor, having performed a sacrifice, obtained the sovereignty of all luminous bodies in the universe, and acquired also his great energy. There, in that tirtha situated on the bank of that river, all the gods with Vasva at their head, the Viswadevas, the Maruts, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, the island-born, Vyasa, Sukha, Krishna the slayer of Madhu, the Ikshas, the Rakshasas, and the Pisachas, O king, and diverse others, numbering by thousands, all crowned with ascetic success, always reside. Indeed, in that auspicious and sacred tirtha of the Sarasvati, Vishnu himself, having in days of yore slain the Asuras, Madhu and Kaitaba, had, O chief of the Bharatas, performed his ablutions. The island-born, Vyasa, also, a virtuous soul, O Bharata, having bathed in that tirtha, obtained great yoga powers and attained to high success. Endued with great ascetic merit, the Rishi Devala also, having bathed in that very tirtha with soul wrapped in high yoga meditation, obtained great yoga powers. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 50. Vaishampayana said, and that tirtha lived in days of your Rishi of virtuous soul, named Devala, observant of the duties of domesticity. Devoted to virtue, he led a life of purity and self-restraint. Possessed of great ascetic merit, he was compassionate unto all creatures and never injured anyone. In word, deed, and thought, he maintained an equal behavior towards all creatures. Without wrath, O monarch, censure and praise were equal to him. Of equal attitude towards the agreeable and the disagreeable, he was, like Yama himself, thoroughly impartial. The great ascetic looked with an equal eye upon gold and a heap of pebbles. He daily worshipped the gods and guests, and brahmanas, that came to him. Ever devoted to righteousness, he always practiced the vow of brahmacharya. Once upon a time, an intelligent ascetic, O monarch, of the name of Jayajashavya, devoted to yoga and wrapped in meditation and leading the life of a mendicant, came to Devala's asylum. Possessed of great splendor, that great ascetic, ever devoted to yoga, O monarch, while residing in Devala's asylum, became crowned with ascetic success. Indeed, while the great Muni Jayajashavya resided there, Devala kept his eyes on him, never neglecting him at any time. Thus, O monarch, a long time was passed by the two in days of yore. On one occasion, Devala lost sight of Jayajashavya, that foremost of ascetics. At the hour, however, of dinner, O Janamejaya, the intelligent and righteous ascetic, leading a life of mendicancy, approached Devala for soliciting alms. Beholding that great ascetic reappear in the guise of a mendicant, Devala showed him great honor and expressed much gratification. And Devala worshipped his guest, O Bharata, according to the measure of his abilities, after the rites laid down by the rishis, and with great attention for many years. One day, however, O king, in the sight of that great Muni, a deep anxiety perturbed the heart of the high-souled Devala. The latter thought within himself, "Many years have I passed in worshipping this ascetic. This idle mendicant, however, hath not yet spoken to me a single word." Having thought of this, the blessed Devala proceeded to the shores of the ocean, journeying through the welkin and bearing his earthen jug with him. Arrived at the coast of the ocean, that lord of rivers, O Bharata, the righteous-souled Devala saw Jayajashavya arrived there before him. The lord Asita, at this sight, became filled with wonder and thought within himself, "How could the mendicant come to the ocean and perform his ablutions even before my arrival?" Thus thought the great Rishi Asita. Duly performing his ablutions there and purifying himself thereby, he then began to silently recite the sacred mantras. Having finished his ablutions and silent prayers, the blessed Devala returned to his asylum, O Janamajaya, bearing with him his earthen vessel filled with water. As the ascetic, however, entered his own asylum, he saw Jayajashavya seated there. The great ascetic Jayajashavya never spoke a word to Devala, but lived in the latter's asylum as if he were a piece of wood. Having beheld that ascetic, who was an ocean of austerities, plunged in the waters of the sea, before his own arrival there, Asita now saw him return to his hermitage before his own return. Witnessing this power, derived through yoga, of Jayajashavya's penances, Asita Devala, O king, endued with great intelligence, began to reflect upon the matter. Indeed, that best of ascetics, O monarch, wondered much, saying, "How could this one be seen in the ocean and again in my hermitage?" While absorbed in such thoughts, the ascetic Devala, conversant with mantras, then soared aloft, O monarch, from his hermitage into the sky, for ascertaining who Jayajashavya, wedded to a life of mendicancy, really was. Devala saw crowds of sky-ranging siddhas wrapped in meditation, and he saw Jayajashavya reverentially worshipped by those siddhas. Firm in the observance of his vows and persevering in his efforts, Devala became filled with wrath at the sight. He then saw Jayajashavya set out for heaven. He next beheld him proceed to the region of the Pitris. Devala saw him then proceed to the region of Yama. From Yama's region the great ascetic Jayajashavya was then seen to soar aloft and proceed to the abode of Soma. He was then seen to proceed to the blessed regions, one after another, of the performers of certain rigid sacrifices. Thence he proceeded to the regions of the Agnihotris, and thence to the region of those ascetics that perform the Darsa and the Purnamasa sacrifices. The intelligent Devala then saw him proceed from those regions of persons performing sacrifices by killing animals to that pure region which is worshipped by the very gods. Devala next saw the mendicant proceed to the place of those ascetics that perform the sacrifice called Chaturmasya and diverse others of the same kind. Thence he proceeded to the region belonging to the performers of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Devala then saw his guest repair to the place of those ascetics that perform the sacrifice called Agnisheta. Indeed, Devala next saw him in the regions of those highly wise men that perform the foremost of sacrifices, Vajapaya, and that other sacrifice in which a profusion of gold is necessary. Then he saw Jayajashavya in the region of those that perform the Rajasuya and the Pundarika. He then saw him in the regions of those foremost of men that perform the horse sacrifice and the sacrifice in which human beings are slaughtered. Indeed, Devala saw Jayajashavya in the regions also of those that perform the sacrifice called Satramani and that other in which the flesh, so difficult to procure, of all living animals, is required. Jayajashavya was then seen in the regions of those that perform the sacrifice called Didasaha and diverse others of similar character. Asita next saw his guest sojourning in the region of Mitravaruna and then in that of the Adityas. Asita then saw his guest pass through the regions of the Rudras, the Vasus, and Brihaspati. Having soared next into the blessed region called Goloka, Jajashavya was next seen to pass into these of the Brahmasatris. Having by his energy passed through 3 other regions, he was seen to proceed to those regions that are reserved for women that are chaste and devoted to their husbands. Asita, however, at this point, O chastiser of foes, lost sight of Jajashavya, that foremost of ascetics, who, wrapped in yoga, vanished from his sight. The highly blessed Devala then reflected upon the power of Jajashavya and the excellence of his vows, as also upon the unrivaled success of his yoga. Then the self-restrained Asita, with joined hands and in a reverential spirit, inquired of those foremost of Siddhas in the regions of the Brahmasatris, saying, I do not see Jajashavya. Tell me where that ascetic of great energy is. I desire to hear this, for great is my curiosity. The city said, Listen, O Devala of rigid vows, as we speak to thee the truth. Jajashavya hath gone to the eternal region of Brahman. Vaishampayana continued, hearing these words of those Siddhas residing in the regions of the Brahmasatris, Asita endeavored to soar aloft, but he soon fell down. The Siddhas then, once more addressing Devala, said unto him, Thou, O Devala, art not competent to proceed thither, to the abode of Brahman, whither Jajashavya hath gone. Vaishampayana continued, hearing those words of the Siddhas, Devala came down, descending from one region to another in due order. Indeed, he repaired to his own sacred asylum very quickly, like a winged insect. As soon as he entered his abode, he beheld Jajashavya seated there. Then Devala, beholding the power derived through yoga of Jajashavya's penances, reflected upon it with his righteous understanding and approaching that great ascetic, O king, with humility, addressed the high-souled Jajashavya, saying, I desire, O adorable one, to adopt the religion of moksha, emancipation. Hearing these words of his, Jajashavya gave him lessons. And he also taught him the ordinances of yoga and the supreme and eternal duties and their reverse. The great ascetic, seeing him firmly resolved, performed all the acts for his admission into that religion according to the rites ordained for that end. Then all creatures, with the Pitris, beholding Devala resolved to adopt the religion of moksha, began to weep, saying, Alas, who will henceforth give us food? Hearing these lamentations of all creatures that resounded through the 10 points, Devala set his heart upon renouncing the religion of moksha. Then all kinds of sacred fruits and roots, O Bharata, and flowers and deciduous herbs, and thousands, began to weep, saying, The wicked-hearted and mean Devala will, without doubt, once more pluck and cut us. Alas, having once assured all creatures of his perfect harmlessness, he sees not the wrong that he meditates to do. At this, that best of ascetics began to reflect with the aid of his understanding, saying, Which amongst these two, the religion of moksha or that of domesticity, will be the better for me? Reflecting upon this, Devala, O best of kings, abandoned the religion of domesticity and adopted that of moksha. Having indulged in those reflections, Devala, in consequence of that resolve, obtained the highest success, O Bharata, and the highest yoga. The celestials then, headed by Brihaspati, applauded Jajashavya and the penances of that ascetic. Then that foremost of ascetics, Narada, addressing the gods, said, There is no ascetic penance in Jajashavya since he filled Asita with wonder. The denizens of heaven then, addressing Narada, who said such frightful words, said, Do not say so about the great ascetic Jajashavya. There is no one superior or even equal to this high-souled one in force of energy and penance and yoga. Even such was the power of Jajashavya as also of Asita. This is the place of those two, and this the tirtha of those two high-souled persons. Bathing there and giving away wealth unto the Brahmanas, the high-souled wielder of the plough, of noble deeds, earned great merit and then proceeded to the tirtha of Soma. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 51. Vaishampayana said, there, in that tirtha, O Bharata, where the Lord of Stars had in former days performed the Rajasuya sacrifice, a great battle was fought in which Tarka was the root of the evil. Bathing in that tirtha and making many presents, the virtuous Bala of cleansed soul proceeded to the tirtha of the Muni named Sarasvata. There, during a drought extending for 12 years, the sage Sarasvata, in former days, taught the Vedas unto many foremost of Brahmanas. Janamejaya said, why did the sage Sarasvata, O thou of ascetic merit, teach the Vedas unto the rishis during a 12 years drought? Vaishampayana continued, in days of yore, O monarch, there was an intelligent sage of great ascetic merit. He was celebrated by the name of Datika. Possessing a complete control over his senses, he led the life of a brahmachari. In consequence of his excessive ascetic austerities, Shakra was afflicted with a great fear. The sage could not be turned away from his penance by the offer of even diverse kinds of rewards. At last the chastiser of Paka, for tempting the sage, dispatched unto him the exceedingly beautiful and celestial Apsara, by name Alambusa. Thither where on the banks of the Sarasvati the high-souled sage was engaged in the act of gratifying the gods, the celestial damsel named above, O monarch, made her appearance. Beholding that damsel of beautiful limbs, the vital seed of that ascetic of cleansed soul came out. It fell into the Sarasvati, and the latter held it with care. Indeed, O bowl among men, the river, beholding that seed, held it in her womb. In time the seed developed into a fetus, and the great river held it so that it might be inspired with life as a child. When the time came, the foremost of rivers brought forth that child and then went, O Lord, taking it with her, to that rishi. Beholding that best of rishis in a conclave, Sarasvati, O monarch, while making over the child, said these words, O regenerate rishi, this is thy son whom I held through devotion for thee. That seed of thine which fell at sight of the Apsara Alambusa had been held by me in my womb, O regenerate rishi, through devotion for thee, well knowing that that energy of thine would never suffer destruction. Given by me, accept this faultless child of thy own. Thus addressed by her, the rishi accepted the child and felt great joy. Through affection, that foremost of Brahmanas then smelt the head of his son and held him in a close embrace, O foremost one of Bharata's race, for some time. Gratified with the river, the great ascetic Datika then gave a boon to her, saying, the Vishvadevas, the rishis, and all the tribes of the Gandharvas and the Apsaras will henceforth, O blessed one, derive great happiness when oblations of thy water are presented unto them. Having said so unto that great river, the sage, gratified and filled with joy, then praised her in these words. Listen to them duly, O king. Thou hast taken thy rise, O highly blessed one, from the lake of Brahman in days of old. All ascetics of rigid vows know thee, O foremost of rivers. Always of agreeable features, thou hast done me great good. This thy great child, O thou of the fairest complexion, will be known by the name of Sarasvata. This thy son, capable of creating new worlds, will become known after thy name. Indeed, that great ascetic will be known by the name of Sarasvata. During a drought extending for 12 years, this Sarasvata, O blessed one, will teach the Vedas unto many foremost of Brahmanas. O blessed Sarasvati, through my grace, thou shalt, O beautiful one, always become the foremost of all sacred rivers. Even thus was the great river praised by the sage after the latter had granted her boons. The river then, in great joy, went away, O bull of Bharata's race, taking with her that child. Meanwhile, on the occasion of a war between the gods and the Pandavas, Shakra wandered through the three worlds in search of weapons. The great god, however, failed to find such weapons as were fit to slay the foes of the celestials. Shakra then said unto the gods, The great Asuras are incapable of being dealt with by me. Indeed, without the bones of Dattika, our foes could not be slain. Ye best of celestials, repair, therefore, to that foremost of rishis and solicit him, saying, Grant us, O Dattika, thy bones. With them we will slay our foes. Besought by them for his bones, that foremost of rishis, O chief of Kuru's race, unhesitatingly gave up his life. Having done what was agreeable to the gods, the sage obtained many regions of inexhaustible merit. With his bones, meanwhile, Shakra joyfully caused to be made many kinds of weapons, such as thunderbolts, discs, heavy maces, and many kinds of clubs and bludgeons. Equal unto the Creator himself, Dattika had been begotten by the great Rishi Bhrigu, the son of the Lord of all creatures, with the aid of his austere penances. Of stout limbs and possessed of great energy, Dattika had been made the strongest of creatures in the world. The puissant Dattika, celebrated for his glory, became tall like the king of mountains. The chastiser of Paka had always been anxious on account of his energy. With the thunderbolt born of Brahma energy, and inspired with mantras, O Bharata, Indra made a loud noise when he hurled it, and slew 99 heroes among the Daityas. After a long and dreadful time had elapsed since then, a drought, O king, occurred that extended for 12 years. During that drought extending for 12 years, the great rishis, for the sake of sustenance, fled away, O monarch, on all sides. Beholding them scattered in all directions, the sage Sarasvata also set his heart on flight. The river Sarasvati then said unto him, Thou needst not, O son, depart hence, for I will always supply thee with food even here by giving thee large fishes. Stay thou, therefore, even here. Thus addressed, by the river, the sage continued to live there and offer oblations of food unto the rishis and the gods. He got also his daily food and thus continued to support both himself and the gods. After that 12 years' drought had passed away, the great rishis solicited one another for lectures on the Vedas. While wandering with famished stomachs, the rishis had lost the knowledge of the Vedas. There was, indeed, not one amongst them that could understand the scriptures. It chanced that someone amongst them encountered Sarasvata, that foremost of rishis, while the latter was reading the Vedas with concentrated attention. Coming back to the conclave of rishis, he spoke to them of Sarasvata of unrivaled splendor and godlike mien engaged in reading the Vedas in a solitary forest. Then all the great rishis came to that spot, and jointly spoke unto Sarasvata, that best of ascetics, these words, Teach us, O sage. Unto them the ascetic replied, saying, Become ye my disciples duly. The conclave of ascetics answered, O son, thou art too young in years. Thereupon he answered the ascetics, I must act in such a way that my religious merit may not suffer a diminution. He that teaches improperly, and he that learns improperly, are both lost in no time and come to hate each other. It is not upon years, or decrepitude, or wealth, or the number of kinsmen, that rishis found their claim to merit. He amongst us is great who is capable of reading and understanding the Vedas. Hearing these words of his, those munis duly became his disciples, and obtaining from him their Vedas, once more began to praise their rites. 60,000 munis became disciples of the regenerate Rishi Sarasvata for the sake of acquiring their Vedas from him. Owning obedience to that agreeable Rishi, though a boy, the munis each brought a handful of grass and offered it to him for his seat. The mighty son of Rohini, and elder brother of Keshava, having given away wealth in that Tirtha, then joyfully proceeded to another place where lived, in days of yore, an old lady without having passed through the ceremony of marriage. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 52. Janamejaya said, Why, O regenerate one, did that maiden betake herself to ascetic penances in days of old? For what reason did she practice penances, and what was her vow? Unrivaled and fraught with mystery is the discourse that I have already heard from thee. Tell me, now, all the particulars in detail regarding how that maid engaged herself in penances. Vaishampayana said, There was a rishi of abundant energy and great fame, named Kunigarga. That foremost of ascetics, having practiced the austerest of penances, O king, created a fair-browed daughter by a fiat of his will. Beholding her, the celebrated ascetic Kunigarga became filled with joy. He abandoned his body, O king, and then went to heaven. That faultless and amiable and fair-browed maiden, meanwhile, of eyes like lotus petals, continued to practice severe and very rigid penances. She worshipped the Pitris and the gods with fasts. In the practice of such severe penances a long period elapsed. Though her sire had been for giving her away to a husband, she yet did not wish for marriage, for she did not see a husband that could be worthy of her. Continuing to emaciate her body with austere penances, she devoted herself to the worship of the Pitris and the gods in that solitary forest. Although engaged in such toil, O monarch, and although she emaciated herself by age and austerities, yet she regarded herself happy. At last, when she became very old so that she could no longer move even a single step without being aided by somebody, she set her heart upon departing for the other world. Beholding her about to cast off her body, Narada said unto her, O sinless one, thou hast no regions of blessedness to obtain in consequence of thy not having cleansed thyself by right of marriage. O thou of great vows, we have heard this in heaven. Great hath been thy ascetic austerities, but thou hast no claim to regions of blessedness. Hearing these words of Narada, the old lady went to a concourse of rishis and said, I shall give him half my penances who will accept my hand in marriage. After she had said those words, Galava's son, a rishi, known by the name of Shringavat, accepted her hand, having proposed this compact to her. With this compact, O beautiful lady, I shall accept thy hand, that thou shalt live with me for only one night. Having agreed to that compact, she gave him her hand. Indeed, Galava's son, according to the ordinances laid down and having duly poured libations on the fire, accepted her hand and married her. On that night, she became a young lady of the fairest complexion, robed in celestial attire and decked in celestial ornaments and garlands, and smeared with celestial unguents and perfumes. Beholding her blazing with beauty, Galava's son became very happy and passed one night in her company. At morn she said unto him, The compact, O Brahmana, I had made with thee, hath been fulfilled, O foremost of ascetics. Blessed be thou, I shall now leave thee. After obtaining his permission, she once more said, He that will, with rapt attention, pass one night in this Tirtha after having gratified the denizens of heaven with oblations of water, shall obtain that merit which is his who observes the vow of Brahmacharya for 58 years. Having said these words, that chaste lady departed for heaven. The rishi, her lord, became very cheerless, by dwelling upon the memory of her beauty. In consequence of the compact he had made, he accepted with difficulty half her penances. Casting off his body he soon followed her, moved by sorrow, O chief of Bharata's race, and forced to it by her beauty. Even this is the glorious history of the old maid that I have told thee. Even this is the account of her Brahmacharya and her auspicious departure for heaven. While their Baladeva heard of the slaughter of Shalaya, having made presents unto the Brahmanas there, he gave way to grief, O scorcher of his foes, for Shalaya, who had been slain by the Pandavas in battle. Then he of Madhu's race, having come out of the environs of Samantapanchaka, inquired of the rishis about the results of the battle at Kurukshetra. Asked by that lion of Yadu's race about the results of the battle at Kurukshetra, those high-souled ones told him everything as it had happened. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 53. The rishis said, O Rama, this Samantapanchaka is said to be the eternal northern altar of Brahman, the lord of all creatures. They're the denizens of heaven, those givers of great boons, performed in days of yore the great sacrifice. That foremost of royal sages, the high-souled Kuru, of great intelligence and immeasurable energy, had cultivated this field for many years. Hence it came to be Kurukshetra, the field of Kuru. Rama said, For what reason did the high-souled Kuru cultivate this field? I desire to have this narrated by you, ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances. The rishis said, In days of yore, O Rama, Kuru was engaged in perseveringly tilling the soil of this field. Shakra, coming down from heaven, asked him the reason, saying, Why, O king, art thou employed in this task with such perseverance? What is thy purpose, O royal sage, for the accomplishment of which thou art tilling the soil? Kuru thereupon replied, saying, O thou of 100 sacrifices, they that will die upon this plain shall proceed to regions of blessedness after being cleansed of their sins. The Lord Shakra, ridiculing this, went back to heaven. The royal sage Kuru, however, without being at all depressed, continued to till the soil. Shakra repeatedly came to him and repeatedly receiving the same reply went away ridiculing him. Kuru, however, did not, on that account, feel depressed. Seeing the king till the soil with unflagging perseverance, Shakra summoned the celestials and informed them of the monarch's occupation. Hearing Indra's words, the celestials said unto their chief of 1,000 eyes, Stop the royal sage, O Shakra, by granting him a boon, if thou canst. If men, by only dying there, were to come to heaven, without having performed sacrifices to us, our very existence will be endangered. Thus exhorted, Shakra then came back to that royal sage and said, Do not toil any more. Act according to my words. Those men that will die here, having abstained from food with all their senses awake, and those that will perish here in battle, shall, O king, come to heaven. They, O thou of great soul, shall enjoy the blessings of heaven, O monarch. Thus addressed, King Kuru answered Shakra, saying, So be it. Taking Kuru's leave, the slayer of Vala, Shakra, then, with a joyful heart, quickly went back to heaven. Even thus, O foremost one of Yadu's race, that royal sage had, in days of yore, tilled this plain, and Shakra had promised great merit unto those that would cast off their bodies here. Indeed, it was sanctioned by all the foremost ones, headed by Brahman, among the gods, and by the sacred rishis, that on earth there should be no more sacred spot than this. Those men that perform austere penances here would all, after casting off their bodies, go to Brahman's abode. Those meritorious men, again, that would give away their wealth here would soon have their wealth doubled. They, again, that will, in expectation of good, reside constantly here, will never have to visit the region of Yama. Those kings that will perform great sacrifices here will reside as long in heaven as earth herself will last. The chief of the celestials, Shakra, himself composed a verse here and sang it. Listen to it, O Baladeva. The very dust of Kurukshetra, borne away by the wind, shall cleanse persons of wicked acts and bear them to heaven. the foremost ones amongst the gods, as also those amongst the Brahmanas, and many foremost ones among the kings of the earth, such as Nraga and others, having performed costly sacrifices here, after abandoning their bodies, proceeded to heaven. The space between the Tarantika and the Arantika and the lakes of Rama and Shamachakra is known as Kurukshetra. Samantapanchaka is called the northern, sacrificial, altar of Brahman, the lord of all creatures. Auspicious and highly sacred and much regarded by the denizens of heaven is this spot that possesses all attributes. It is for this that Kshatriyas slain in battle here obtain sacred regions of eternal blessedness. Even this was said by Shakra himself about the high blessedness of Kurukshetra. All that Shakra said was again approved and sanctioned by Brahman, by Vishnu, and by Maheshvara. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 54. Vaishampayana said, having visited Kurukshetra and given away wealth there, he of the Satwata race then proceeded, O Janamejaya, to a large and exceedingly beautiful hermitage. That hermitage was overgrown with madhuka and mango trees, and abounded with plakshas and nyagradas. And it contained many vilwas and many excellent jack and arjuna trees. Beholding that goodly asylum with many marks of sacredness, Baladeva asked the rishis as to whose it was. Those high-souled ones, O king, said unto Baladeva, listen in detail, O Rama, as to whose asylum this was in days of yore. Here the god Vishnu in days of yore performed austere penances. Here he performed duly all the eternal sacrifices. Here a Brahmani maiden, leading from youth the vow of Brahmacharya, became crowned with ascetic success. Ultimately, in the possession of yoga powers, that lady of ascetic penances proceeded to heaven. The high-souled Sandilya, O king, got a beautiful daughter who was chaste, wedded to severe vows, self-restrained, and observant of Brahmacharya. Having performed the severest of penances such as are incapable of being performed by women, the blessed lady at last went to heaven, worshipped by the gods and Brahmanas. Having heard these words of the rishis, Baladeva entered that asylum. Bidding farewell to the rishis, Baladeva of unfading glory went through the performance of all the rites and ceremonies of the evening twilight on the side of Himavat and then began his ascent of the mountain. The mighty Balarama, having the device of the Palmyra on his banner, had not proceeded far in his ascent when he beheld a sacred and goodly Tirtha and wondered at the sight. Beholding the glory of the Sarasvati, as also the Tirtha called Plakshapasravana, Vala next reached another excellent and foremost of Tirthas called Karavapana. The hero of the plough, of great strength, having made many presents there, bathed in the cool, clear, sacred, and sin-cleansing water of that Tirtha. Passing one night there with the ascetics and the Brahmanas, Rama then proceeded to the sacred asylum of the Maitravaranas. From Karavapana he proceeded to that spot on the Yamuna where in days of your Indra and Agni and Aryaman had obtained great happiness. Bathing there, that bull of Yedu's race, of righteous soul, obtained great happiness. The hero then sat himself down with the rishis and the siddhas there for listening to their excellent talk. There where Rama sat in the midst of that conclave, the adorable rishi Narada came, in course of his wandering. Covered with matted locks and attired in golden rays, he bore in his hands, O king, a staff made of gold and a water-pot made of the same precious metal. Accomplished in song and dance and adored by gods and Brahmanas, he had with him a beautiful veena of melodious notes, made of the tortoise shell. A provoker of quarrels, and ever fond of quarrels, the celestial rishi came to that spot where the handsome Rama was resting. Standing up and sufficiently honoring the celestial rishi of regulated vows, Rama asked him about all that had happened to the Kurus. Conversant with every duty and usage, Narada then, O king, told him everything, as it had happened, about the awful extermination of the Kurus. The son of Rohini then, and sorrowful words, inquired of the rishi, saying, "What is the state of the field? How are those kings now that had assembled there? I have heard everything before, O thou that art possessed of the wealth of penances, but my curiosity is great for hearing it in detail." Narada said, "Already Bhishma and Drona and the lord of the Sindhus have fallen. Vikartana's son Karna also hath fallen, with his sons, those great Kar warriors. Burashrava too, O son of Rohini, and the valiant chief of the Madras have fallen. Those and many other mighty heroes that had assembled there, ready to lay down their lives for the victory of Duryodhana, those kings and princes unreturning from battle, have all fallen. Listen now to me, O Madhava, about those that are yet alive. In the army of Dhritarashtra's son, only 3 grinders of hosts are yet alive. They are Kripa and Kritavarma and the valiant son of Drona. These also, O Rama, have from fear fled away to the 10 points of the compass. After Shalaya's fall and the flight of Kripa and the others, Duryodhana, in great grief, had entered the depths of the Dvapayana lake. While lying stretched for rest at the bottom of the lake after stupefying its waters, Duryodhana was approached by the Pandavas with Krishna and pierced by them with their cruel words. Pierced with wordy darts, O Rama, from every side, the mighty and heroic Duryodhana hath risen from the lake armed with his heavy mace. He hath come forward for fighting Bhima for the present. Their terrible encounter, O Rama, will take place today. If thou feelest any curiosity, then hasten, O Madhava, without tarrying here. Go, if thou wishest, and witness that terrible battle between thy 2 disciples." Vaishampayana continued, hearing these words of Narada, Rama bade a respectful farewell to those foremost of Brahmanas and dismissed all those that had accompanied him in his pilgrimage. Indeed, he ordered his attendants, saying, "Return ye to Dvarka." He then descended from that prince of mountains and that fair hermitage called Plakshapasravana. Having listened to the discourse of the sages about the great merits of Tirthas, Rama of unfading glory sang this verse in the midst of the Brahmanas, "Where else is such happiness as that in a residence by the Sarasvati? Where also such merits as those in a residence by the Sarasvati? Men have departed for heaven, having approached the Sarasvati. All should ever remember the Sarasvati. Sarasvati is the most sacred of rivers. Sarasvati always bestows the greatest happiness on men. Men, after approaching the Sarasvati, will not have to grieve for their sins either here or hereafter." Repeatedly casting his eyes with joy on the Sarasvati, that scorcher of foes then ascended an excellent car unto which were yoked goodly steeds. Journeying then on that car of great fleetness, Baladeva, that bull of Yedu's race, desirous of beholding the approaching encounter of his 2 disciples, arrived on the field. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 55. Vaishampayana said, "Even thus, O Janamejaya, did that terrible battle take place." King Dhritarashtra, in great sorrow, said these words with reference to it. Dhritarashtra said, beholding Rama approach that spot when the mace fight was about to happen, "How, O Sanjaya, did my son fight Bhima?" Sanjaya said, beholding the presence of Rama, thy valiant son, Duryodhana of mighty arms, desirous of battle, became full of joy. Seeing the hero of the plough, King Yudhishthira, O Bharata, stood up and duly honored him, feeling great joy the while. He gave him a seat and inquired about his welfare. Rama then answered Yudhishthira in these sweet and righteous words that were highly beneficial to heroes. "I have heard it said by the rishis, O best of kings, that Kurukshetra is a highly sacred and sin-cleansing spot, equal to heaven itself, adored by gods and rishis and high-souled brahmanas. Those men that cast off their bodies while engaged in battle on this field are sure to reside, O sire, in heaven with Shakra himself. I shall, for this, O king, speedily proceed to Samantapanchaka. In the world of gods, that spot is known as the northern, sacrificial, altar of Brahman, the lord of all creatures. He that dies in battle on that eternal and most sacred of spots in the three worlds is sure to obtain heaven. Saying, so be it, O monarch, Kunti's brave son, the Lord Yudhishthira, proceeded towards Samantapanchaka. King Duryodhana also, taking up his gigantic mace, wrathfully proceeded on foot with the Pandavas. While proceeding thus, armed with mace and clad in armor, the Celestials and the Vulcan applauded him, saying, excellent, excellent. The Charana's fleet as air, seeing the Kuru king, became filled with delight. Surrounded by the Pandavas, thy son, the Kuru king, proceeded, assuming the tread of an infuriated elephant. All the points of the compass were filled with the blare of conchs and the loud peals of drums and the leonine roars of heroes. Proceeding with face westwards to the appointed spot, with thy son in their midst, they scattered themselves on every side when they reached it. That was an excellent tirtha on the southern side of the Sarasvati. The ground there was not sandy and was, therefore, selected for the encounter. Clad in armor, and armed with his mace of gigantic thickness, Bhima, O monarch, assumed the form of the mighty Garuda. With headgear fastened on his head, and wearing an armor made of gold, licking the corners of his mouth, O monarch, with eyes red in wrath, and breathing hard, thy son, on that field, O king, looked resplendent like the golden Sumeru. Taking up his mace, King Duryodhana of great energy, casting his glances on Bhimasena, challenged him to the encounter like an elephant challenging a rival elephant. Similarly, the valiant Bhima, taking up his adamantine mace, challenged the king like a lion challenging a lion. Duryodhana and Bhima, with uplifted maces, looked in that battle like two mountains with tall summits. Both of them were exceedingly angry, both were possessed of awful prowess. In encounters with the mace, both were disciples of Rohini's intelligent son, both resembled each other in their feats and looked like Maya and Vasva. Both were endued with great strength, both resembled Varuna in achievements. Each resembling Vasudeva, or Rama, or Vishravana's son, Ravana, they looked, O monarch, like Madhu and Kaitaba. Each like the other in feats, they looked like Sunda and Upasunda, or Rama and Ravana, or Vali and Sugriva. Those two scorchers of foes looked like Kala and Mrityu. They then ran towards each other like two infuriated elephants, swelling with pride and mad with passion in the season of autumn and longing for the companionship of a she-elephant in her time. Each seemed to vomit upon the other the poison of his wrath like two fiery snakes. Those two chastisers of foes cast the angriest of glances upon each other. Both were tigers of Bharata's race, and each was possessed of great prowess. In encounters with the mace, those two scorchers of foes were invincible like lions. Indeed, O bull of Bharata's race, inspired with desire of victory, they looked like two infuriated elephants. Those heroes were unbearable, like two tigers accoutred with teeth and claws. They were like two uncrossable oceans lashed into fury and bent upon the destruction of creatures, or like two angry suns risen for consuming everything. Those two mighty car warriors looked like an eastern and a western cloud agitated by the wind, roaring awfully and pouring torrents of rain in the rainy season. Those two high-souled and mighty heroes, both possessed of great splendor and effulgence, looked like two suns risen at the hour of the universal dissolution. Looking like two enraged tigers, or like two roaring masses of clouds, they became as glad as two maned lions. Like two angry elephants or two blazing fires, those two high-souled ones appeared like two mountains with tall summits. With lips swelling with rage and casting keen glances upon each other, those two high-souled and best of men, armed with maces, encountered each other. Both were filled with joy, and each regarded the other as a worthy opponent, and Vrkotora then resembled two goodly steeds neighing at each other, or two elephants trumpeting at each other. Those two foremost of men then looked resplendent like a couple of daighyas swelling with might. Then Duryodhana, O monarch, said these proud words unto Yudhishthira in the midst of his brothers and of the high-souled Krishna and Rama of immeasurable energy, protected by the Kaikyas and the Srinjayas and the high-souled Panchalas. Behold ye with all those foremost of kings, seated together, this battle that is about to take place between me and Bhima. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, they did as requested. Then that large concourse of kings sat down and was seen to look resplendent like a conclave of celestials in heaven. In the midst of that concourse the mighty armed and handsome elder brother of Keshava, O monarch, as he sat down, was worshipped by all around him. In the midst of those kings, Valadeva, clad in blue robes and possessed of a fair complexion, looked beautiful like the moon at full, surrounded in the night by thousands of stars. Meanwhile those two heroes, O monarch, both armed with maces and both unbearable by foes, stood there, goading each other with fierce speeches. Having addressed each other in disagreeable and bitter words, those two foremost of heroes of Kuru's race stood, casting angry glances upon each other, like Shakra and Vritra in fight. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 56. Vaishampayana said, at the outset, O Janamejaya, a fierce wordy encounter took place between the two heroes. With respect to that, King Dhritarashtra, filled with grief, said this, O, fie on man, who hath such an end. My son, O sinless one, had been the lord of 11 kamas of troops. He had all the kings under his command and had enjoyed the sovereignty of the whole earth. Alas, he that had been so, now a warrior proceeding to battle, on foot, shouldering his mace. My poor son, who had before been the protector of the universe, was now himself without protection. Alas, he had, on that occasion, to proceed on foot, shouldering his mace. What can it be but destiny? Alas, O Sanjaya, great was the grief that was felt by my son now. Having uttered these words, that ruler of men, afflicted with great woe, became silent. Sanjaya said, deep-voiced like a cloud, Duryodhana then roared from joy like a bull. Possessed of great energy, he challenged the son of Pritha to battle. When the high-souled king of the Kurus thus summoned Bhima to the encounter, diverse portents of an awful kind became noticeable. Fierce winds began to blow with loud noises at intervals, and a shower of dust fell. All the points of the compass became enveloped in a thick gloom. Thunderbolts of loud peal fell on all sides, causing a great confusion and making the very hair to stand on end. Hundreds of meteors fell, bursting with a loud noise from the welkin. Rahu swallowed the sun most untimely, O monarch. The earth with her forests and trees shook greatly. Hot winds blew, bearing showers of hard pebbles along the ground. The summits of mountains fell down on the earth's surface. Animals of diverse forms were seen to run in all directions. Terrible and fierce jackals, with blazing mouths, howled everywhere. Loud and terrific reports were heard on every side, making the hair stand on end. The four quarters seemed to be ablaze, and many were the animals of ill omen that became visible. The water in the wells on every side swelled up of their own accord. Loud sounds came from every side, without, O king, visible creatures to utter them. Beholding these and other portents, Vrkotora said unto his eldest brother, King Yudhishthira the Just, this Suryodhana of wicked soul is not competent to vanquish me in battle. I shall today vomit that wrath which I have been cherishing for a long while in the secret recesses of my heart, upon this ruler of the Kurus, like Arjuna throwing fire upon the forest of Kandava. Today, O son of Pandu, I shall extract the dart that lies sticking to thy heart. Slaying with my mace this sinful wretch of Kuru's race, I shall today place around thy neck the garland of fame. Slaying this wight of sinful deeds with my mace on the field of battle, I shall today, with this very mace of mine, break his body into 100 fragments. He shall not have again to enter the city called after the elephant. The setting of snakes at us while we were asleep, the giving of poison to us while we ate, the casting of our body into the water at Parmanakoti, the attempt to burn us at the house of Lac, the insult offered us at the assembly, the robbing us of all our possessions, the whole year of our living in concealment, our exile into the woods, O sinless one, of all these woes, O best of Bharata's race, I shall today reach the end, O bull of Bharata's line. Slaying this wretch, I shall, in one single day, pay off all the debts I owe him. Today, the period of life of this wicked son of Dhritarashtra, of uncleansed soul, hath reached its close, O chief of the Bharatas. After this day he shall not again look at his father and mother. Today, O monarch, the happiness of this wicked king of the Kurus hath come to an end. After this day, O monarch, he shall not again cast his eyes on female beauty. Today this disgrace of Santanu's line shall sleep on the bare earth, abandoning his life breath, his prosperity, and his kingdom. Today King Dhritarashtra also, hearing of the fall of his son, shall recollect all those evil acts that were born of Shakuni's brain. With these words, O tiger among kings, Vrkodara of great energy, armed with mace, stood for fight, like Chakra challenging the Azura Vritra. Beholding Duryodhana also standing with uplifted mace like Mount Kailasa graced with its summit, Bhimasena, filled with wrath, once more addressed him, saying, Recall to thy mind that evil act of thyself and King Dhritarashtra that occurred at Varanavada. Remember Draupadi who was ill-treated, while in her season, in the midst of the assembly. Remember the deprivation of the king through dice by thyself and Sabala's son. Remember that great woe suffered by us, in consequence of thee, in the forest, as also in Virata's city, as if we had once more entered the womb. I shall avenge myself of them all today. By good luck, O thou of wicked soul, I see thee today. It is for thy sake that that foremost of car warriors, the son of Ganga, of great prowess, struck down by Yajnasena's son, sleepeth on a bed of arrows. Drona also hath been slain, and Karna, and Shalaya of great prowess. Sabala's son Shakuni, too, that root of these hostilities, hath been slain. The wretched Pratikaman, who had seized Draupadi's tresses, hath been slain. All thy brave brothers also, who fought with great valor, have been slain. These and many other kings have been slain through thy fault. Thee too I shall slay today with my mace. There is not the slightest doubt in this. While Vrkodara, O monarch, was uttering these words in a loud voice, thy fearless son of true prowess answered him, saying, What use of such elaborate bragging? Fight me, O Vrkodara. O wretch of thy race, today I shall destroy thy desire of battle. Mean vermin as thou art, know that Duryodhana is not capable, like an ordinary person, of being terrified by a person like thee. For a long time have I cherished this desire. For a long time hath this wish been in my heart. By good luck the gods have at last brought it about, a mace encounter with thee. What use of long speeches and empty bragging, O wicked-souled one? Accomplish these words of thine in acts. Do not tarry at all. Hearing these words of his, the Samakas and the other kings that were present there all applauded them highly. Applauded by all, Duryodhana's hair stood erect with joy, and he firmly set his heart on battle. The kings present once again cheered thy wrathful son with clapping, like persons exciting an infuriated elephant to an encounter. The high-souled Vrkodara, the son of Pandu, then, uplifting his mace, rushed furiously at thy high-souled son. The elephants present there trumpeted aloud, and the steeds neighed repeatedly. The weapons of the Pandavas who longed for victory blazed forth of their own accord. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 57. Sanjaya said, Duryodhana, with heart underpressed, beholding Bhimasena in that state, rushed furiously against him, uttering a loud roar. They encountered each other like two bulls encountering each other with their horns. The strokes of their maces produced loud sounds like those of thunderbolts. Each longing for victory, the battle that took place between them was terrible, making the very hair stand on end, like that between Indra and Prahlada. All their limbs bathed in blood, the two high-souled warriors of great energy, both armed with maces, looked like two kinsukas decked with flowers. During the progress of that great and awful encounter, the welkin looked beautiful as if it swarmed with fireflies. After that fierce and terrible battle had lasted for some time, both those chastisers of foes became fatigued. Having rested for a little while, those two scorchers of foes, taking up their handsome maces, once again began to ward off each other's attacks. Indeed, when those two warriors of great energy, those two foremost of men, both possessed of great might, encountered each other after having taken a little rest, they looked like two elephants infuriated with passion and attacking each other for obtaining the companionship of a cow-elephant in season. Beholding those two heroes, both armed with maces and each equal to the other in energy, the gods and Gandharvas and men became filled with wonder. Beholding Duryodhana and Vrkodara both armed with maces, all creatures became doubtful as to who amongst them would be victorious. Those two cousins, those two foremost of mighty men, once again rushing at each other and desiring to take advantage of each other's lapses, waited each watching the other. The spectators, O king, beheld each armed with his uplifted mace, that was heavy, fierce, and murderous, and that resembled the bludgeon of Yama or the thunderbolt of Indra. While Bhimasena whirled his weapon, loud and awful was the sound that it produced. Beholding his foe, the son of Pandu, thus whirling his mace endued with unrivaled impetuosity, Duryodhana became filled with amazement. Indeed, the heroic Vrkodara, O Bharata, as he careered in diverse courses, presented a highly beautiful spectacle. Both bent upon carefully protecting themselves, as they approached, they repeatedly mangled each other like two cats fighting for a piece of meat. Bhimasena performed diverse kinds of evolutions. He coursed in beautiful circles, advanced, and receded. He dealt blows and warded off those of his adversary with wonderful activity. He took up various kinds of position for attack and defense. He delivered attacks and avoided those of his antagonist. He ran at his foe, now turning to the right and now to the left. He advanced straight against the enemy. He made ruses for drawing his foe. He stood immovable, prepared for attacking his foe as soon as the latter would expose himself to attack. He circumambulated his foe, and prevented his foe from circumambulating him. He avoided the blows of his foe by moving away in bent postures or jumping aloft. He struck, coming up to his foe face to face, or dealt back thrusts while moving away from him. Both accomplished in encounters with the mace, Bhima and Duryodhana thus careered and fought and struck each other. Those two foremost ones of Kuru's race careered thus, each avoiding the other's blows. Indeed, those two mighty warriors thus coursed in circles and seemed to sport with each other. Displaying in that encounter their skill in battle, those two chastisers of foes sometimes suddenly attacked each other with their weapons, like two elephants approaching and attacking each other with their tusks. Covered with blood, they looked very beautiful, O monarch, on the field. Even thus occurred that battle, awfully and before the gaze of a large multitude, towards the close of the day, like the battle between Vritra and Vyasa. Armed with maces, both began to career in circles. Duryodhana, O monarch, adopted the right mandala, while Bhimasena adopted the left mandala. While Bhima was thus careering in circles on the field of battle, Duryodhana, O monarch, suddenly struck him a fierce blow on one of his flanks. Struck by thy son, O sire, Bhima began to whirl his heavy mace for returning that blow. The spectators, O monarch, beheld that mace of Bhimasena look as terrible as Indra's thunderbolt or Yama's uplifted bludgeon. Seeing Bhima whirl his mace, thy son, uplifting his own terrible weapon, struck him again. Loud was the sound, O Bharata, produced by the descent of thy son's mace. So quick was that descent that it generated a flame of fire in the welkin. Coursing in diverse kinds of circles, adopting each motion at the proper time, Suryodhana, possessed of great energy, once more seemed to prevail over Bhima. The massive mace of Bhimasena, meanwhile, whirled with his whole force, produced a loud sound as also smoke and sparks and flames of fire. Beholding Bhimasena whirling his mace, Suryodhana also whirled his heavy and adamantine weapon and presented a highly beautiful aspect. Marking the violence of the wind produced by the whirl of Duryodhana's mace, a great fear entered the hearts of all the Pandus and the Samakas. Meanwhile, those two chastisers of foes, displaying on every side their skill in battle, continued to strike each other with their maces, like two elephants approaching and striking each other with their tusks. Both of them, O monarch, covered with blood, looked highly beautiful. Even thus progressed that awful combat before the gaze of thousands of spectators at the close of day, like the fierce battle that took place between Vritra and Vasva. Beholding Bhima firmly stationed on the field, thy mighty son, careering in more beautiful motions, rushed towards that son of Kunti. Filled with wrath, Bhima struck the mace, endued with great impetuosity and adorned with gold, of the angry Duryodhana. A loud sound with sparks of fire was produced by that clash of the two maces, which resembled the clash of two thunderbolts from opposite directions. Hurled by Bhimasena, his impetuous mace, as it fell down, caused the very earth to tremble. The Kuru prince could not brook to see his own mace thus baffled in that attack. Indeed, he became filled with rage like an infuriated elephant at the sight of a rival elephant. Adopting the left mandala, O monarch, and whirling his mace, Suryodhana then, firmly resolved, struck the son of Kunti on the head with his weapon of terrible force. Thus struck by thy son, Bhima, the son of Pandu, trembled not, O monarch, at which all the spectators wondered exceedingly. That amazing patience, O king, of Bhimasena, who stirred not an inch though struck so violently, was applauded by all the warriors present there. Then Bhima of terrible prowess hurled at Duryodhana his own heavy and blazing mace adorned with gold. That blow the mighty and fearless Duryodhana warded off by his agility. Beholding this, great was the wonder that the spectators felt. That mace, hurled by Bhima, O king, as it fell baffled of effect, produced a loud sound like that of the thunderbolt and caused the very earth to tremble. Adopting the maneuver called Kausaka, and repeatedly jumping up, Duryodhana, properly marking the descent of Bhima's mace, baffled the latter. Baffling Bhimasena thus, the Kuru king, endued with great strength, at last enraged struck the former on the chest. Struck very forcibly by thy son in that dreadful battle, Bhimasena became stupefied and for a time knew not what to do. At that time, O king, the Samakas and the Pandavas became greatly disappointed and very cheerless. Filled with rage at that blow, Bhima then rushed at thy son like an elephant rushing against an elephant. Indeed, with uplifted mace, Bhima rushed furiously at Duryodhana like a lion rushing against a wild elephant. Approaching the Kuru king, the son of Pandu, O monarch, accomplished in the use of the mace, began to whirl his weapon, taking aim at thy son. Bhimasena then struck Duryodhana on one of his flanks. Stupefied at that blow, the latter fell down on the earth, supporting himself on his knees. When that foremost one of Kuru's race fell upon his knees, a loud cry arose from among the Srinjayas, O ruler of the world! Hearing that loud uproar of the Srinjayas, O bull among men, thy son became filled with rage. The mighty armed hero, rising up, began to breathe like a mighty snake, and seemed to burn Bhimasena by casting his glances upon him. That foremost one of Bharata's race then rushed at Bhimasena, as if he would that time crush the head of his antagonist in that battle. The high-souled Duryodhana of terrible prowess then struck the high-souled Bhimasena on the forehead. The latter, however, moved not an inch, but stood immovable like a mountain. Thus struck in that battle, the son of Pritha, O monarch, looked beautiful, as he bled profusely, like an elephant of rent temples with juicy secretions trickling adown. The elder brother of Dhananjaya, then, that crusher of foes, taking up his hero-slaying mace made of iron and producing a sound loud as that of the thunderbolt, struck his adversary with great force. Struck by Bhimasena, thy son fell down, his frame trembling all over, like a gigantic sala in the forest, decked with flowers, uprooted by the violence of the tempest. Beholding thy son prostrated on the earth, the Pandavas became exceedingly glad and uttered loud cries. Recovering his consciousness, thy son then rose, like an elephant from a lake. That ever wrathful monarch and great car warrior, then careering with great skill, struck Bhimasena, who was standing before him. At this, the son of Pandu, with weakened limbs, fell down on the earth. Having by his energy prostrated Bhimasena on the ground, the Kuru prince uttered a leonine roar. By the descent of his mace, whose violence resembled that of the thunder, he had fractured Bhima's coat of mail. A loud uproar was then heard in the welkin, made by the denizens of heaven and the Apsaras. A floral shower, emitting great fragrance, fell, rained by the celestials. Beholding Bhima prostrated on the earth and weakened in strength, and seeing his coat of mail laid open, a great fear entered the hearts of our foes. Recovering his senses in a moment, and wiping his face which had been dyed with blood, and mustering great patience, Vrkodara stood up, with rolling eyes steadying himself with great effort. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 58. Sanjaya said, beholding that fight thus raging between those two foremost heroes of Kuru's race, Arjuna said unto Vasudeva, between these two, who, in thy opinion, is superior? Who amongst them hath what merit? Tell me this, O Janardana. Vasudeva said, the instruction received by them hath been equal. Bhima, however, is possessed of greater might, while the son of Dhritarashtra is possessed of greater skill and hath labored more. If you were to fight fairly, Bhimasena will never succeed in winning the victory. If, however, he fights unfairly, he will be surely able to slay Duryodhana. The Asuras were vanquished by the gods with the aid of deception. We have heard this. Virakana was vanquished by Shakra with the aid of deception. The slayer of Vala deprived Vritra of his energy by an act of deception. Therefore, let Bhimasena put forth his prowess, aided by deception. At the time of the gambling, O Dhananjaya, Bhima vowed to break the thighs of Suryodhana with his mace in battle. Let this crusher of foes, therefore, accomplish that vow of his. Let him with deception slay the Kuru king who is full of deception. If Bhima, depending upon his might alone, were to fight fairly, King Yudhishthira will have to incur great danger. I tell thee again, O son of Pandu, listen to me. It is through the fault of King Yudhishthira alone that danger hath once more overtaken us. Having achieved great feats by the slaughter of Bhishma and the other Kurus, the king had won victory and fame and had almost attained the end of the hostilities. Having thus obtained the victory, he placed himself once more in a situation of doubt and peril. This has been an act of great folly on the part of Yudhishthira, O Pandava, since he hath made the result of the battle depend upon the victory or the defeat of only one warrior. Suryodhana is accomplished, he is a hero, he is again firmly resolved. This old verse uttered by Usanas hath been heard by us. Listen to me as I recite it to thee with its true sense and meaning. Those amongst the remnant of a hostile force broken flying away for life, that rally and come back to the fight, should always be feared, for they are firmly resolved and have but one purpose. Shakra himself, O Dhananjaya, cannot stand before them that rush in fury, having abandoned all hope of life. This Suryodhana had broken and fled. All his troops had been killed. He had entered the depths of a lake. He had been defeated and, therefore, he had desired to retire into the woods, having become hopeless of retaining his kingdom. What man is there, possessed of any wisdom, that would challenge such a person to a single combat? I do not know whether Duryodhana may not succeed in snatching the kingdom that had already become ours. For full 13 years he practiced with the mace with great resolution. Even now, for slaying Bhimasena, he jumpeth up and leapeth transversely. If the mighty-armed Bhima does not slay him unfairly, the son of Dhritarashtra will surely remain king. Having heard those words of the high-souled Keshava, Dhananjaya struck his own left thigh before the eyes of Bhimasena. Understanding that sign, Bhima began to career with his uplifted mace, making many a beautiful circle and many a yamaka and other kinds of maneuvers. Sometimes adopting the right mandala, sometimes the left mandala, and sometimes the motion called Gamatraka, the son of Pandu began to career, O king, stupefying his foe. Similarly, thy son, O monarch, who was well conversant with encounters with the mace, careered beautifully and with great activity for slaying Bhimasena. Whirling their terrible maces, which were smeared with sandal paste and other perfumed unguents, the two heroes, desirous of reaching the end of their hostilities, careered in that battle like two angry yamas. Desirous of slaying each other, those two foremost of men, possessed of great heroism, fought like two Garudas desirous of catching the same snake. While the king and Bhima careered in beautiful circles, their maces clashed, and sparks of fire were generated by those repeated clashes. Those two heroic and mighty warriors struck each other equally in that battle. They then resembled, O monarch, two oceans agitated by the tempest. Striking each other equally like two infuriated elephants, their clashing maces produced peals of thunder. During the progress of that dreadful and fierce battle at close quarters, both those chastisers of foes, while battling, became fatigued. Having rested for a while, those two scorchers of foes, filled with rage and uplifting their maces, once more began to battle with each other. When by the repeated descents of their maces, O monarch, they mangled each other, the battle they fought became exceedingly dreadful and perfectly unrestrained. Rushing at each other in that encounter, those two heroes, possessed of eyes like those of bulls and endued with great activity, struck each other fiercely like two buffaloes in the mire. All their limbs mangled and bruised, and covered with blood from head to foot, they looked like a couple of Kinsukas on the breast of Himavat. During the progress of the encounter, when Vrikotara, as a ruse, seemed to give Duryodhana an opportunity, the latter, smiling a little, advanced forward. Well skilled in battle, the mighty Vrikotara, beholding his adversary come up, suddenly hurled his mace at him. Seeing the mace hurled at him, thy son, O monarch, moved away from that spot at which the weapon fell down baffled on the earth. Having warded off that blow, thy son, that foremost one of Kuru's race, quickly struck Bhimasena with his weapon. in consequence of the large quantity of blood drawn by that blow, as also owing to the violence itself of the blow, Bhimsena of immeasurable energy seemed to be stupefied. Duryodhana, however, knew not that the son of Pandu was so afflicted at that moment. Though deeply afflicted, Bhima sustained himself, summoning all his patience. Duryodhana, therefore, regarded him to be unmoved and ready to return the blow. It was for this that thy son did not then strike him again. Having rested for a little while, the valiant Bhimsena rushed furiously, O king, at Duryodhana, who was standing near. Beholding Bhimsena of immeasurable energy filled with rage and rushing towards him, thy high-souled son, O bull of Bharata's race, desiring to baffle his blow, set his heart on the maneuver called Avastana. He, therefore, desired to jump upwards, O monarch, for beguiling Vrkodara. Bhimsena fully understood the intentions of his adversary. Rushing, therefore, at him, with a loud leonine roar, he fiercely hurled his mace at the thighs of the Kuru king as the latter had jumped up for baffling the first aim. That mace, endued with the force of the thunder and hurled by Bhima of terrible feats, fractured the two handsome thighs of Duryodhana. That tiger among men, thy son, after his thighs had been broken by Bhimsena, fell down, causing the earth to echo with his fall. Fierce winds began to blow, with loud sounds at repeated intervals. Showers of dust fell. The earth, with her trees and plants and mountains, began to tremble. Upon the fall of that hero who was the head of all monarchs on earth, fierce and fiery winds blew with a loud noise and with thunder falling frequently. Indeed, when that lord of earth fell, large meteors were seen to flash down from the sky. Bloody showers, as also showers of dust, fell, O Bharata. These were poured by Maghavat upon the fall of thy son. A loud noise was heard, O bull of Bharata's race, in the welkin, made by the Yakshas, and the Rakshasas and the Pisachas. At that terrible sound, animals and birds, numbering in thousands, began to utter more frightful noise on every side. Those steeds and elephants and human beings that formed the unslain remnant of the Pandava host uttered loud cries when thy son fell. Loud also became the blare of conchs and the peal of drums and cymbals. A terrific noise seemed to come from within the bowels of the earth. Upon the fall of thy son, O monarch, headless beings of frightful forms, possessed of many legs and many arms, and inspiring all creatures with dread, began to dance and cover the earth on all sides. Warriors, O king, that stood with standards or weapons in their arms, began to tremble, O king, when thy son fell. Lakes and wells, O best of kings, vomited forth blood. Rivers of rapid currents flowed in opposite directions. Women seemed to look like men, and men to look like women at that hour, O king, when thy son Duryodhana fell. Beholding those wonderful portents, the Panchalas and the Pandavas, O bull of Bharata's race, became filled with anxiety. The gods and the Gandharvas went away to the regions they desired, talking, as they proceeded, of that wonderful battle between thy sons. Similarly the Siddhas and the Charanas of the fleetest course went to those places from which they had come, applauding those two lions among men. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 59. Sanjaya said, beholding Duryodhana felled upon the earth like a gigantic sala uprooted by the tempest, the Pandavas became filled with joy. The Samakas also beheld, with hair standing on end, the Kuru king felled upon the earth like an infuriated elephant felled by a lion. Having struck Duryodhana down, the valiant Bhimsena, approaching the Kuru chief, addressed him, saying, O wretch, formerly laughing at the disrobed Draupadi in the midst of the assembly, thou hadst, O fool, addressed us as cow, cow. Bear now the fruit of that insult. Having said these words, he touched the head of his fallen foe with his left foot. Indeed, he struck the head of that lion among kings with his foot. With eyes red in wrath, Bhimāsena, that grinder of hostile armies, once more said these words. Listen to them, O monarch. They that danced at us insultingly, saying, Cow, cow, we shall now dance at them, uttering the same words, Cow, cow. We have no guile, no fire, no match, at dice, no deception. Depending upon the might of our own arms, we resist and check our foes. Having attained to the other shores of those fierce hostilities, Vrkottara once more laughingly said these words slowly unto Yudhishthira and Keshava and Srinjaya and Dhananjaya and the 2 sons of Madri, they that had dragged Draupadi, while ill, into the assembly and had disrobed her there. Behold those Dhritarashtra's slain in battle by the Pandavas through the ascetic penances of Yajnasena's daughter. Those wicked-hearted sons of King Dhritarashtra, who had called us sesame seeds without kernel, have all been slain by us with their relatives and followers. It matters little whether, as a consequence of those deeds, we go to heaven or fall into hell. Once more, uplifting the mace that lay on his shoulders, he struck with his left foot the head of the monarch who was prostrate on the earth, and addressing the deceitful Duryodhana, said these words. Many of the foremost warriors among the Samakas, who were all of righteous souls, beholding the foot of the rejoicing Bhimāsena of narrow heart placed upon the head of that foremost one of Kuru's race, did not at all approve of it. While Vrkottara, after having struck down thy son, was thus bragging and dancing madly, King Yudhishthira addressed him, saying, Thou hast paid off thy hostility towards Duryodhana, and accomplished thy vow by a fair or an unfair act. Cease now, O Bhima. Do not crush his head with thy foot. Do not act sinfully. Duryodhana is a king. He is, again, thy kinsman. He is fallen. This conduct of thine, O sinless one, is not proper. Duryodhana was the lord of 11 Akshahinis of troops. He was the king of the Kurus. Do not, O Bhima, touch a king and a kinsman with thy foot. His kinsmen are slain. His friends and counselors are gone. His troops have been exterminated. He has been struck down in battle. He is to be pitied in every respect. He deserves not to be insulted, for remember that he is a king. He is ruined. His friends and kinsmen have been slain. His brothers have been killed. His sons too have been slain. His funeral cake hath been taken away. He is our brother. This that thou doest unto him is not proper. Bhimāsena is a man of righteous behavior. People used to say this before of thee. Why then, O Bhimāsena, dost thou insult the king in this way? Having said these words unto Bhimāsena, Yudhishthira, with voice choked in tears, and afflicted with grief, approached Duryodhana, that chastiser of foes, and said unto him, O sire, thou shouldst not give way to anger nor grieve for thyself. Without doubt thou bearest the dreadful consequences of thy own former acts. Without doubt this sad and woeful result had been ordained by the Creator himself, that we should injure thee and thou shouldst injure us, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Through thy own fault this great calamity has come upon thee, due to avarice and pride and folly, O Bharata. Having caused thy companions and brothers and sires and sons and grandsons and others to be all slain, thou comest now by thy own death. In consequence of thy fault, thy brothers, mighty car warriors all, and thy kinsmen have been slain by us. I think all this to be the work of irresistible destiny. Thou art not to be pitied. On the other hand, thy death, O sinless one, is enviable. It is we that deserve to be pitied in every respect, O Kaurava. We shall have to drag on a miserable existence, reft of all our dear friends and kinsmen. Alas, how shall I behold the widows, overwhelmed with grief and deprived of their senses by sorrow, of my brothers and sons and grandsons? Thou, O king, departest from this world. Thou art sure to have thy residence in heaven. We, on the other hand, shall be reckoned as creatures of hell, and shall continue to suffer the most poignant grief. The grief-afflicted wives of Dhritarashtra's sons and grandsons, those widows crushed with sorrow, will without doubt curse us all. Having said these words, Dharma's royal son, Yudhishthira, deeply afflicted with grief, began to breathe hard and indulge in lamentations. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 60. Dhritarashtra said, beholding the Kuru king struck down unfairly, what, O Sutta, did the mighty Baladeva, that foremost one of Yadu's race, say? Tell me, O Sanjaya, what Rohini's son, well skilled in encounters with the mace and well acquainted with all its rules, did on that occasion. Sanjaya said, beholding thy son struck at the thighs, the mighty Rama, that foremost of smiters, became exceedingly angry. Raising his arms aloft, the hero, having the plough for his weapon, and a voice of deep sorrow, said in the midst of those kings, Oh, fie on Bhima, fie on Bhima! Oh, fie, that in such a fair fight a blow hath been struck below the navel. Never before hath such an act as Rakotara hath done been witnessed in an encounter with the mace. No limb below the navel should be struck. This is the precept laid down in treatises. This Bhima, however, is an ignorant wretch, unacquainted with the truths of treatises. He, therefore, acteth as he likes. While uttering these words, Rama gave way to great wrath. The mighty Baladeva then, uplifting his plough, rushed towards Bhimasena. The form of that high-souled warrior of uplifted arms then became like that of the gigantic mountains of Kailasa, variegated with diverse kinds of metals. The mighty Keshava, however, ever bending with humanity, seized the rushing Rama, encircling him with his massive and well-rounded arms. Those two foremost heroes of Yadu's race, the one dark in complexion and the other fair, looked exceedingly beautiful at that moment, like the sun and the moon, O king, on the evening sky. For pacifying the angry Rama, Keshava addressed him, saying, There are 6 kinds of advancement that a person may have: one's own advancement, the advancement of one's friends, the advancement of one's friends, the decay of one's enemy, the decay of one's enemy's friends, and the decay of one's enemy's friends' friends. When reverses happen to one's own self or to one's friends, one should then understand that one's fall is at hand and, therefore, one should at such times look for the means of applying a remedy. The Pandavas of unsullied prowess are our natural friends. They are the children of our own sire's sister. They had been greatly afflicted by their foes. The accomplishment of one's vow is one's duty. Formerly Bhima had vowed in the midst of the assembly that he would in great battle break with his mace the thighs of Duryodhana. The great Rishi Maitreya also, O scorcher of foes, had formerly cursed Duryodhana, saying, Bhima will, with his mace, break thy thighs. In consequence of all this, I do not see any fault in Bhima. Do not give way to wrath, O slayer of Pralamva. Our relationship with the Pandavas is founded upon birth and blood, as also upon an attraction of hearts. In their growth is our growth. Do not, therefore, give way to wrath, O bull among men. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, the wielder of the plough, who was conversant with rules of morality, said, Morality is well practiced by the good. Morality, however, is always afflicted by 2 things, the desire of profit entertained by those that covet it, and the desire for pleasure cherished by those that are wedded to it. Whoever without afflicting morality and profit, or morality and pleasure, or pleasure and profit, followeth all 3 morality, profit, and pleasure always succeeds in obtaining great happiness. In consequence, however, of morality being afflicted by Bhimasena, this harmony of which I have spoken hath been disturbed. Whatever, O Govinda, thou mayst tell me. Krishna replied, saying, Thou art always described as bereft of wrath, and righteous-souled, and devoted to righteousness. Calm thyself, therefore, and do not give way to wrath. Know that the Kali age is at hand. Remember also the vow made by the son of Pandu. Let, therefore, the son of Pandu be regarded to have paid off the debt he owed to his hostility, and to have fulfilled his vow. Sanjaya continued, hearing this fallacious discourse from Keshava, O king, Rama failed to dispel his wrath and became cheerful. He then said in that assembly, having unfairly slain King Suyoddhana of righteous soul, the son of Pandu shall be reputed in the world as a crooked warrior. The righteous soul Duryodhana, on the other hand, shall obtain eternal blessedness. Dhritarashtra's royal son, that ruler of men, who hath been struck down, is a fair warrior. Having made every arrangement for the sacrifice of battle, and having undergone the initiatory ceremonies on the field, and, lastly, having poured his life as a libation upon the fire represented by his foes, Duryodhana has fairly completed his sacrifice by the final ablutions represented by the attainment of glory. Having said these words, the valiant son of Rohini, looking like the crest of a white cloud, ascended his car and proceeded towards Dvarka. The Panchalas with the Vrishnis, as also the Pandavas, O monarch, became rather cheerless after Rama had set out for Dwaravati. Then Vasudeva, approaching Yudhishthira, who was exceedingly melancholy and filled with anxiety, and who hung down his head and knew not what to do in consequence of his deep affliction, said unto him these words. Vasudeva said, O Yudhishthira the just, why dost thou sanction this unrighteous act, since thou permittest the head of the insensible and fallen Duryodhana, whose kinsmen and friends have all been slain, to be thus struck by Bhima with his foot? Conversant with the ways of morality, why dost thou, O king, witness this act with indifference? Yudhishthira answered, This act, O Krishna, done from wrath, of Vrikodaras touching the head of the king with his foot, is not agreeable to me, nor am I glad at this extermination of my race. By guile were we always deceived by the sons of Dhritarashtra. Many were the cruel words they spoke to us. We were again exiled into the woods by them. Great is the grief on account of all those acts that is in Bhimasena's heart. Reflecting on all this, O thou of Vrishni's race, I looked on with indifference. Having slain the covetous Duryodhana bereft of wisdom and enslaved by his passions, let the son of Pandu gratify his desire, be it righteousness or unrighteousness. Sanjaya continued, after Yudhishthira had said this, Vasudeva, that perpetuator of Yadu's race, said with difficulty, Let it be so. Indeed, after Vasudeva had been addressed in those words by Yudhishthira, the former, who always wished what was agreeable to and beneficial for Bhima, approved all those acts that Bhima had done in battle. Having struck down thy son in battle, the wrathful Bhimasena, his heart filled with joy, stood with joined hands before Yudhishthira and saluted him in proper form. With eyes expanded in delight and proud of the victory he had won, Vrikodara of great energy, O king, addressed his eldest brother, saying, The earth is today thine, O king, without brawls to disturb her and with all her thorns removed. Rule over her, O monarch, and observe the duties of thy order. He who was the cause of these hostilities, and who fomented them by means of his guile, that wretched white fond of deception, Leith, struck down on the bare ground, O Lord of earth. All these wretches headed by Dushasana, who used to utter cruel words, as also those other foes of thine, the son of Radha and Shakuni, have been slain. Teeming with all kinds of gems, the earth, with her forests and mountains, O monarch, once more cometh to thee that hast no foes alive. Yudhishthira said, Hostilities have come to an end. King Suyoddhana hath been struck down. The earth hath been conquered by us, ourselves having acted according to the counsels of Krishna. By good luck, thou hast paid off thy debt to thy mother and to thy wrath. By good luck, thou hast been victorious, O invincible hero, and by good luck, thy foe hath been slain. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 61. Dhritarashtra said, beholding Duryodhana struck down in battle by Bhimasena, what, O Sanjaya, did the Pandavas and the Srinjayas do? Sanjaya said, beholding Duryodhana slain by Bhimasena in battle, O king, like a wild elephant slain by a lion, the Pandavas with Krishna became filled with delight. The Panchalas and the Srinjayas also, upon the fall of the Kuru king, waved their upper garments in the air and uttered leonine roars. The very earth seemed to be unable to bear those rejoicing warriors. Some stretched their bows, others drew their bowstrings. Some blew their huge conchs, others beat their drums. Some sported and jumped about, while some amongst thy foes laughed aloud. Many heroes repeatedly said these words unto Bhimasena, exceedingly difficult and great hath been the fears that thou hast achieved today in battle, by having struck down the Kuru king, himself a great warrior, with thy mace. All these men regard this slaughter of the foe by thee to be like that of Vritra by Indra himself. Who else, save thyself, O Vrikotara, could slay the heroic Duryodhana while careering in diverse kinds of motion and performing all the wheeling maneuvers characteristic of such encounters? Thou hast now reached the other shore of these hostilities, that other shore which none else could reach. This feat that thou hast achieved is incapable of being achieved by any other warriors. By good luck, thou hast, O hero, like an infuriated elephant, crushed with thy foot the head of Duryodhana on the field of battle. Having fought a wonderful battle, by good luck, O sinless one, thou hast quaffed the blood of Dushasana, like a lion quaffing the blood of a buffalo. By good luck, thou hast, by thy own energy, placed thy foot on the head of all those that had injured the righteous-souled King Yudhishthira. In consequence of having vanquished thy foes, and of thy having slain Duryodhana, by good luck, O Bhima, thy fame hath spread over the whole world. Bards and eulogists applauded Shakra after the fall of Vritra, even as we are now applauding thee, O Bharata, after the fall of thy foes. Know, O Bharata, that the joy we felt upon the fall of Duryodhana hath not yet abated in the least. Even these were the words addressed to Bhimasena by the assembled eulogists on that occasion. Whilst those tigers among men, the Panchalas and the Pandavas, all filled with delight, were indulging in such language, the slayer of Madhu addressed them, saying, You rulers of men, it is not proper to slay a slain foe with such cruel speeches repeatedly uttered. This wight of wicked understanding hath already been slain. This sinful, shameless, and covetous wretch, surrounded by sinful counselors and ever regardless of the advice of wise friends, met with his death even when he refused, though repeatedly urged to contrary by Vidura and Drona and Kripa and Sanjaya, to give unto the sons of Pandu their paternal share in the kingdom which they had solicited at his hands. This wretch is not now fit to be regarded either as a friend or a foe. What use in spending bitter breath upon one who hath now become a piece of wood? Mount your cars quickly, ye kings, for we should leave this place. By good luck, this sinful wretch hath been slain with his counselors and kinsmen and friends. Hearing these rebukes from Krishna, King Duryodhana, O monarch, gave way to wrath and endeavored to rise. Sitting on his haunches and supporting himself on his two arms, he contracted his eyebrows and cast angry glances at Vasudeva. The form then of Duryodhana, whose body was half raised, looked like that of a poisonous snake, O Bharata, shorn of its tail. Disregarding his poignant and unbearable pains, Duryodhana began to afflict Vasudeva with keen and bitter words. O son of Kansa's slave, thou hast, it seems, no shame, for hast thou forgotten that I have been struck down most unfairly, judged by the rules that prevail in encounters with the mace? It was thou who unfairly caused this act by reminding Bhima with a hint about the breaking of my thighs. Dost thou think I did not mark it when Arjuna, acting under thy advice, hinted it to Bhima? Having caused thousands of kings, who always fought fairly, to be slain through diverse kinds of unfair means, feelest thou no shame or no abhorrence for those acts? Day after day, having caused a great carnage of heroic warriors, thou causedst the grandsire to be slain by placing Shikhandi to the fore. Having again caused an elephant of the name of Ashvatthama to be slain, O thou of wicked understanding, thou causedst the preceptor to lay aside his weapons. Thinkest thou that this is not known to me? While again that valiant hero was about to be slain, this cruel Drishtadyumna, thou didst not dissuade the latter. The dart that had been begged of Shakra as a boon by Karna for the slaughter of Arjuna was baffled by thee through Gatotkacha. Who is there that is more sinful than thou? Similarly, the mighty Bhurashrava, with one of his arms lopped off and while observant of the prior vow, was caused to be slain by thee through the agency of the high-souled Satyaki. Karna had done a great feat for vanquishing Partha. Thou, however, causedst Aswasena, the son of that prince of snakes, Takshaka, to be baffled in achieving his purpose. When again the wheel of Karna's car sank in mire and Karna was afflicted with calamity and almost vanquished on that account, when, indeed, that foremost of men became anxious to liberate his wheel, thou causedst that Karna to be then slain. If ye had fought me and Karna and Bhishma and Drona by fair means, victory then, without doubt, would never have been yours. By adopting the most crooked and unrighteous of means, thou hast caused many kings observant of the duties of their order and ourselves also to be slain. Vasudeva said, Thou, O son of Gandhari, hast been slain with thy brothers, sons, kinsmen, friends, and followers, only in consequence of the sinful path in which thou hast trod. Through thy evil acts those two heroes, Bhishma and Drona, have been slain. Karna too hath been slain for having imitated thy behavior. Solicited by me, O fool, thou didst not, from avarice, give the Pandavas their paternal share, acting according to the counsels of Shakuni. Thou gavest poison to Bhimasena. Thou hadst, also, O thou of wicked understanding, endeavored to burn all the Pandavas with their mother at the palace of Lak. On the occasion also of the gambling, thou hadst persecuted the daughter of Yajnasena, while in her season, in the midst of the assembly. Shameless as thou art, even then thou becamest worthy of being slain. Thou hadst, through Sabala's son well versed in dice, unfairly vanquished the virtuous Yudhishthira, who was unskilled in gambling. For that art thou slain. Through the sinful Jayadratha again, Krishna was on another occasion persecuted when the Pandavas, her lords, had gone out hunting towards the hermitage of Trinavindu. Causing Abhimanyu, who was a child and alone, to be surrounded by many, thou didst slay that hero. It is in consequence of that fault, O sinful wretch, that thou art slain. All those unrighteous acts that thou sayest have been perpetrated by us, have in reality been perpetrated by thee in consequence of thy sinful nature. Thou didst never listen to the counsels of Brihaspati and Usanas. Thou didst never wait upon the old. Thou didst never hear beneficial words. Enslaved by ungovernable covetousness and thirst of gain, thou didst perpetrate many unrighteous acts. Bear now the consequences of those acts of thine. Duryodhana said, I have studied, made presents according to the ordinance, governed the wide earth with her seas, and stood over the heads of my foes. Who is there so fortunate as myself? That end again which is courted by Kshatriyas observant of the duties of their own order, death in battle, hath become mine. Who, therefore, is so fortunate as myself? Human enjoyments such as were worthy of the very gods, and such as could with difficulty be obtained by other kings, had been mine. Prosperity of the very highest kind had been attained by me. Who then is so fortunate as myself? With all my well-wishers, and my younger brothers, I am going to heaven, O thou of unfading glory. As regards yourselves, with your purposes unachieved and torn by grief, live ye in this unhappy world. Sanjaya continued, upon the conclusion of these words of the intelligent king of the Kurus, a thick shower of fragrant flowers fell from the sky. The Gandharvas played upon many charming musical instruments. The Apsaras in a chorus sang the glory of King Duryodhana. The Siddhas uttered loud sounds to the effect, "Praise be to King Duryodhana." Fragrant and delicious breezes mildly blew on every side. All the quarters became clear and the firmament looked blue as the lapis lazuli. Beholding these exceedingly wonderful things and this worship offered to Duryodhana, the Pandavas headed by Vasudeva became ashamed. Hearing invisible beings cry out that Bhishma and Drona and Karna and Purusharthas were slain unrighteously, they became afflicted with grief and wept in sorrow. Beholding the Pandavas filled with anxiety and grief, Krishna addressed them in a voice deep as that of the clouds or the drum, saying, all of them were great car warriors and exceedingly quick in the use of weapons. If ye had put forth all your prowess, even then ye could never have slain them in battle by fighting fairly. King Duryodhana also could never be slain in a fair encounter. The same is the case with all those mighty car warriors headed by Bhishma. From desire of doing good to you, I repeatedly applied my powers of illusion and caused them to be slain by diverse means in battle. If I had not adopted such deceitful ways in battle, victory would never have been yours, nor kingdom, nor wealth. Those four were very high-souled warriors and regarded as adorathas in the world. The very regents of the earth could not slay them in fair fight. Similarly, the son of Dhritarashtra, though fatigued when armed with the mace, could not be slain in fair fight by Yama himself armed with his bludgeon. You should not take it to heart that this foe of yours hath been slain deceitfully. When the number of one's foes becomes great, then destruction should be effected by contrivances and means. The gods themselves, in slaying the Asuras, have trod the same way. That way, therefore, that hath been trod by the gods, may be trod by all. We have been crowned with success. It is evening. We had better depart to our tents. Let us all, ye kings, take rest with our steeds and elephants and cars. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, the Pandavas and the Panchalas, filled with delight, roared like a multitude of lions. All of them blew their conchs and Jadava himself blew Panchajanya, filled with joy, O bull among men, at the sight of Duryodhana struck down in battle. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 62. Sanjaya said, all those kings, possessed of arms that resembled spiked bludgeons, then proceeded towards their tents, filled with joy and blowing their conchs on their way. The Pandavas also, O monarch, proceeded towards our encampment. The great bowman Yuyutsu followed them, as also Satyaki, and Drishtadyumna, and Shikandi, and the 5 sons of Draupadi. The other great bowmen also proceeded towards our tents. The Parthas then entered the tent of Duryodhana, shorn of its splendors and reft of its lord, and looking like an arena of amusement after it has been deserted by spectators. Indeed, that pavilion looked like a city reft of festivities, or a lake without its elephant. It then swarmed with women and eunuchs and certain aged counselors. Duryodhana and other heroes, attired in robes dyed in yellow, formerly used, O king, to wait reverentially, with joined hands, on those old counselors. Arrived at the pavilion of the Kuru king, the Pandavas, those foremost of car warriors, O monarch, dismounted from their cars. At that time, always engaged, O bull of Bharata's race, and the good of his friend, Keshava, addressed the wielder of Gandiva, saying, Take down thy Gandiva as also the two inexhaustible quivers. I shall dismount after thee, O best of the Bharatas. Get thee down, for this is for thy good, O sinless one. Pandu's brave son Dhananjaya did as he was directed. The intelligent Krishna, abandoning the reins of the steeds, then dismounted from the car of Dhananjaya. After the high-souled lord of all creatures had dismounted from that car, the celestial ape that topped the mantle of Arjuna's vehicle disappeared there and then. The top of the vehicle, which had before been burnt by Drona and Karna with their celestial weapons, quickly blazed forth to ashes, O king, without any visible fire having been in sight. Indeed, the car of Dhananjaya, with its quick pairs of steeds, yoke, and shaft, fell down, reduced to ashes. Beholding the vehicle thus reduced to ashes, O Lord, the sons of Pandu became filled with wonder, and Arjuna, O king, having saluted Krishna and bowed unto him, said these words, with joined hands and in an affectionate voice, O Govinda, O divine one, for what reason hath this car been consumed by fire? What is this highly wonderful incident that has happened before our eyes? O thou of mighty arms, if thou thinkest that I can listen to it without harm, then tell me everything. Vasudeva said, That car, O Arjuna, had before been consumed by diverse kinds of weapons. It was because I had sat upon it during battle that it did not fall into pieces, O scorcher of foes. Previously consumed by the energy of Brahmastra, it has been reduced to ashes upon my abandoning it after attainment by thee of thy objects. Then, with a little pride, that slayer of foes, the divine Keshava, embracing King Yudhishthira, said unto him, By good luck, thou hast won the victory, O son of Kunti. By good luck, thy foes have been vanquished. By good luck, the wielder of Gandiva, Bhimasena the son of Pandu, thyself, O king, and the two sons of Madri have escaped with life from this battle so destructive of heroes, and have escaped after having slain all your foes. Quickly do that, O Bharata, which should now be done by thee. After I had arrived at Upaplavia, thyself, approaching me, with the wielder of Gandiva in thy company, gavest me honey and the customary ingredients, and saidst these words, O Lord, this Dhananjaya, O Krishna, is thy brother and friend. He should, therefore, be protected by thee in all dangers. After thou didst say these words, I answered thee, saying, So be it. That Savyasasi hath been protected by me. Victory also hath been thine, O king. With his brothers, O king of kings, that hero of true prowess hath come out of this dreadful battle, so destructive of heroes, with life. Thus addressed by Krishna, King Yudhishthira the Just, with hair standing on end, O monarch, said these words unto Janardana. Yudhishthira said, Who else save thee, O grinder of foes, not excepting the thunder-wielding Purandara himself, could have withstood the Brahmastras hurled by Drona and Karna? It was through thy grace that the Samsaptakas were vanquished. It was through thy grace that Partha had never to turn back from even the fiercest of encounters. Similarly, it was through thy grace, O mighty armed one, that I myself, with my posterity, have, by accomplishing diverse acts one after another, obtained the auspicious end of prowess and energy. At Upaplavia, the great Rishi Krishnadvapayana told me that thither is Krishna where righteousness is, and thither is victory where Krishna is. Sanjaya continued, After this conversation, those heroes entered thy encampment and obtained the military chest, many jewels, and much wealth. And they also obtained silver and gold and gems and pearls, and many costly ornaments and blankets and skins, and innumerable slaves male and female, and many other things necessary for sovereignty. Having obtained that inexhaustible wealth belonging to thee, O bull of Bharata's race, those highly blessed ones, whose foe had been slain, uttered loud cries of exultation. Having unyoked their animals, the Pandavas and Satyaki remained there a while for resting themselves. Then Vasudeva of great renown said, "We should, as an initiatory act of blessedness, remain out of the camp for this night." Answering, "So be it," the Pandavas and Satyaki, accompanied by Vasudeva, went out of the camp for the sake of doing that which was regarded as an auspicious act. Arrived on the banks of the sacred stream Agavati, O king, the Pandavas, reft of foes, took up their quarters there for that night. They dispatched Keshava of Yadu's race to Hastinapura. Vasudeva of great prowess, causing Daruka to get upon his car, proceeded very quickly to that place where the royal son of Ambika was. While about to start on his car, having Shibya and Sugriva and the others yoked unto it, the Pandavas said unto him, "Comfort the helpless Gandhari who hath lost all her sons." Thus addressed by the Pandavas, that chief of the Sattvatas then proceeded towards Hastinapura and arrived at the presence of Gandhari who had lost all her sons in the war. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 63. Janamejaya said, "For what reason did that tiger among kings, Yudhishthira the just, dispatch that scorcher of foes, Vasudeva, unto Gandhari?" Krishna had at first gone to the Kauravas for the sake of bringing about peace. He did not obtain the fruition of his wishes. In consequence of this, the battle took place. When all the warriors were slain and Duryodhana was struck down, when in consequence of the battle the empire of Pandu's son became perfectly fullest, when all the Kuru camp became empty, all its inmates having fled, when great renown was won by the son of Pandu, what, O regenerate one, was the cause for which Krishna had once again to go to Hastinapura? It seems to me, O Brahmana, that the cause could not be a light one, for it was Janardana of immeasurable soul who had himself to make the journey. O foremost of all Adhyarius, tell me in detail what the cause was for undertaking such a mission. Vaishampayana said, "The question thou askest me, O king, is, indeed, worthy of thee. I will tell thee everything truly as it occurred, O bull of Bharata's race." Beholding Duryodhana, the mighty son of Dhritarashtra, struck down by Bhimasena in contravention of the rules of fair fight, in fact, beholding the Kuru king slain unfairly, O Bharata, Yudhishthira, O monarch, became filled with great fear at the thought of the highly blessed Gandhari possessed of ascetic merit. She hath undergone severe ascetic austerities and can, therefore, consume the three worlds, even thus thought the son of Pandu. By sending Krishna, Gandhari, blazing with wrath, would be comforted before Yudhishthira's own arrival. Hearing of the death of her son brought to such a plight by ourselves, she will, in wrath, with the fire of her mind, reduce us to ashes. How will Gandhari endure such poignant grief after she hears her son, who always fought fairly, slain unfairly by us? Having reflected in this strain for a long while, King Yudhishthira the Just, filled with fear and grief, said these words unto Vasudeva, "Through thy grace, O Govinda, my kingdom hath been reft of thorns. That which we could not in imagination even aspire to obtain hath now become ours, O thou of unfading glory. Before my eyes, O mighty armed one, making the very hair stand on end, violent were the blows that thou hadst to bear, O delighter of the Yadavas. In the battle between the gods and the Asuras, thou hadst, in days of old, lent thy aid for the destruction of the foes of the gods, and those foes were slain. In the same way, O mighty armed one, thou hast given us aid, O thou of unfading glory. By agreeing to act as our charioteer, O thou of Vrishni's race, thou hast all along protected us. If thou hadst not been the protector of Fulguna in dreadful battle, how could then this sea of troops have been capable of being vanquished? Many were the blows of the mace, and many were the strokes of spiked bludgeons and darts and sharp arrows and lances and battle-axes that have been endured by thee. For our sake, O Krishna, thou hadst also to hear many harsh words and endure the fall, violent as the thunder, of weapons in battle. In consequence of Duryodhana's slaughter, all this has not been fruitless, O thou of unfading glory. Act thou again in such a way that the fruit of all those acts may not be destroyed. Although victory hath been ours, O Krishna, our heart, however, is yet trembling in doubt. Know, O Madhava, that Gandhari's wrath, O mighty armed one, hath been provoked. That highly blessed lady is always emaciating herself with the austerest of penances. Hearing of the slaughter of her sons and grandsons, she will, without doubt, consume us to ashes. It is time, O hero, I think, for pacifying her. Except thee, O foremost of men, what other person is there that is able to even behold that lady of eyes red like copper in wrath and exceedingly afflicted with the ills that have befallen her children? That thou shouldst go there, O Madhava, is what I think to be proper for pacifying Gandhari, O chastiser of foes, who is blazing with wrath. Thou art the creator and the destroyer. Thou art the first cause of all the worlds, thyself being eternal. By words fraught with reasons, visible and invisible, that are all the result of time, thou wilt quickly, O thou of great wisdom, be able to pacify Gandhari. Our grandsire, thy holy Krishnadvapayana, will be there. O mighty armed one, it is thy duty to dispel, by all means in thy power, the wrath of Gandhari. Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, the perpetuator of Yadu's race, summoning Daruka, said, Let my car be equipped. Having received Keshava's command, Daruka in great haste returned and represented unto his high-souled master that the car was ready. That scorcher of foes and chief of Yadu's race, the Lord Keshava, having mounted the car, proceeded with great haste to the city of the Kurus. The adorable Madhava then, riding on his vehicle, proceeded, and arriving at the city called after the elephant entered it. Causing the city to resound with the rattle of his car wheels as he entered it, he sent word to Dhritarashtra and then alighted from his vehicle and entered the palace of the old king. He there beheld that best of rishis, Dvapayana, arrived before him. Janardana, embracing the feet of both Vyasa and Dhritarashtra, quietly saluted Gandhari also. Then the foremost of the Yadavas, Vishnu, seizing Dhritarashtra by the hand, O monarch, began to weep melodiously. Having shed tears for a while from sorrow, he washed his eyes and his face with water according to rules. That chastiser of foes then said these softly flowing words unto Dhritarashtra, Nothing is unknown to thee, O Bharata, about the past and the future. Thou art well acquainted, O Lord, with the course of time. From a regard for thee, the Pandavas had endeavored to prevent the destruction of their race and the extermination of Kshatriyas, O Bharata. Having made an understanding with his brothers, the virtuous Yudhishthira had lived peacefully. He even went to exile after defeat at unfair dice. With his brothers he led a life of concealment, attired in various disguises. They also every day got into diverse other woes, as if they were quite helpless. On the eve of battle I myself came and in the presence of all men begged of the only 5 villages. Afflicted by time, and moved by covetousness, thou didst not grant my request. Through thy fault, O king, all the Kshatriya race hath been exterminated. Bhishma, and Somadatta, and Valhika, and Kripa, and Drona and his son, and the wise Vidura, always solicited thee for peace. Thou didst not, however, follow their counsels. Everyone, it seems, when afflicted by time, is stupefied, O Bharata, since even thou, O king, as regards this matter, did act so foolishly. What else can it be but the effect of time? Indeed, destiny is supreme. Do not, O thou of great wisdom, impute any fault to the Pandavas. The smallest transgression is not discernible in the high-souled Pandavas, judged by the rules of morality or reason or affection, O scorcher of foes. Knowing all this to be the fruit of thy own fault, it behoveth thee not to cherish any ill feeling towards the Pandavas. Race, line, funeral cake, and what else depends upon offspring, now depend on the Pandavas as regards both thyself and Gandhari. Thyself, O tiger among the Kurus, and the renowned Gandhari also, should not harbor malice towards the Pandavas. Reflecting upon all this, and thinking also of thy own transgressions, cherish good feeling towards the Pandavas. I bow to thee, O bull of Bharata's race. Thou knowest, O mighty armed one, what the devotion is of King Yudhishthira, and what his affection is towards thee, O tiger among kings. Having caused this slaughter of even foes that wronged him so, he is burning day and night, and hath not succeeded in obtaining peace of mind. That tiger among men, grieving for thee and for Gandhari, faileth to obtain any happiness. Overwhelmed with shame he cometh not before thee that art burning with grief on account of thy children, and whose understanding and senses have been agitated by that grief. Having said these words unto Dhritarashtra, that foremost one of Yadu's race, O monarch, addressed the grief-stricken Gandhari in these words of high import: O daughter of Subala, thou of excellent vows, listen to what I say. O auspicious dame, there is now no lady like thee in the world. Thou rememberest, O queen, those words that thou spokest in the assembly in my presence, those words fraught with righteousness and that were beneficial to both parties, which thy sons, O auspicious lady, did not obey. Duryodhana, who coveted victory, was addressed by thee in bitter words. Thou toldst him then, listen, O fool, to these words of mine, thither is victory where righteousness is. Those words of thine, O princess, have now been accomplished. Knowing all this, O auspicious lady, do not set thy heart on sorrow. Let not thy heart incline towards the destruction of the Pandavas. In consequence of the strength of thy penances, thou art able, O highly blessed one, to burn, with thy eyes kindled with rage, the whole earth with her mobile and immobile creatures. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, Gandhari said, It is even so, O Keshava, as thou sayest. My heart, burning in grief, has been unsteadied. After hearing thy words, however, that heart, O Janardana, hath again become steady. As regards the blind old king, now become child, thou, O foremost of men, with those heroes, the sons of Pandu, hast become his refuge. Having said so much, Gandhari, burning in grief on account of the death of her sons, covered her face with her cloth and began to weep aloud. The mighty armed Lord Keshava then comforted the grief-stricken princess with words that were fraught with reasons drawn from visible instances. Having comforted Gandhari and Dhritarashtra, Keshava of Madhu's race came to know, by intuition, the evil that was meditated by Drona's son. Rising up in haste after worshipping the feet of Vyasa, bending his head, Keshava, O monarch, addressed Dhritarashtra, saying, I take my leave, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Do not set thy heart on grief. The son of Drona bears an evil purpose. It is for this that I rise so suddenly. It seems that he has formed a plan of destroying the Pandavas during the night. Hearing these words, both Gandhari and Dhritarashtra said unto Keshava, that slayer of Keshi, these words, Go, quickly, O mighty armed one, protect the Pandavas. Let me soon meet thee again, O Janardana. Then Keshava of unfading glory proceeded with Daruka. After Vasudeva had departed, O king, Vyasa, that adored of the whole world, of inconceivable soul, began to comfort King Dhritarashtra. The righteous-souled Vasudeva departed, having achieved his mission successfully, from Hastinapura, foreseeing the camp and the Pandavas. Arrived at the camp, he proceeded to the presence of the Pandavas. Telling them everything about his mission to the city, he took his seat with them. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 64. Dhritarashtra said, kicked at the head, his thighs broken, prostrated on the ground, exceedingly proud, "What, O Sanjaya, did my son then say?" King Duryodhana was exceedingly wrathful, and his hostility to the sons of Pandu was deep-rooted. When therefore this great calamity overtook him, what did he next say on the field? Sanjaya said, "Listen to me, O monarch, as I describe to thee what happened. Listen, O king, to what Duryodhana said when overtaken by calamity." With his thighs broken, the king, O monarch, covered with dust, gathered his flowing locks, casting his eyes on all sides. Having with difficulty gathered his locks, he began to sigh like a snake. Filled with rage and with tears flowing fast from his eyes, he looked at me. He struck his arms against the earth for a while like an infuriated elephant. Shaking his loose locks and gnashing his teeth, he began to censure the eldest son of Pandu. Breathing heavily, he then addressed me, saying, "Alas, I who had Santanu's son Bhishma for my protector, and Karna, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, and Gautama's son, Shakuni, and Drona, that first of all wielders of arms, and Ashvatthama, and the heroic Shalaya, and Kritavarma, alas, even I have come to this plight. It seems that time is irresistible. I was the lord of 11 kamas of troops, and yet I have come to this plight. O mighty armed one, no one can rise superior to time. Those of my side that have escaped with life from this battle should be informed how I have been struck down by Bhimasena in contravention of the rules of fair fight. Many have been the very unfair and sinful acts that have been perpetrated towards Purusharthas and Bhishma and Drona of great prosperity. This is another very infamous act that the cruel Pandavas have perpetrated, for which, I am certain, they will incur the condemnation of all righteous men. What pleasure can a righteously disposed person enjoy at having gained a victory by unfair acts? What wise man, again, is there that would accord his approbation to a person contravening the rules of fairness? What learned man is there that would rejoice after having won victory by unrighteousness as that sinful wretch, Vrakotar of the son of Pandu, rejoices? What can be more amazing than this, that Bhimasena in wrath should with his foot touch the head of one like me while lying with my thighs broken? Is that person, O Sanjaya, worthy of honor who behaveth thus towards a man possessed of glory, endued with prosperity, living in the midst of friends? My parents are not ignorant of the duties of battle. Instructed by me, O Sanjaya, tell them that are afflicted with grief these words: I have performed sacrifices, supported a large number of servants properly, governed the whole earth with her seas. I stayed on the heads of my living foes. I gave wealth to my kinsmen to the extent of my abilities, and I did what was agreeable to friends. I withstood all my foes. Who is there that is more fortunate than myself? I have made progresses through hostile kingdoms and commanded kings as slaves. I have acted handsomely towards all I loved and liked. Who is there more fortunate than myself? I honored all my kinsmen and attended to the welfare of all my dependents. I have attended to the 3 ends of human existence: religion, profit, and pleasure. Who is there more fortunate than myself? I laid my commands on great kings, and honor, unattainable by others, was mine. I always made my journeys on the very best of steeds. Who is there more fortunate than myself? I studied the Vedas and made gifts according to the ordinance. My life has passed in happiness. By observance of the duties of my own order, I have earned many regions of blessedness hereafter. Who is there more fortunate than myself? By good luck, I have not been vanquished in battle and subjected to the necessity of serving my foes as masters. By good luck, O Lord, it is only after my death that my swelling prosperity abandons me for waiting upon another. That which is desired by good Kshatriyas observant of the duties of their order, that death, is obtained by me. Who is there so fortunate as myself? By good luck, I did not suffer myself to be turned away from the path of hostility and to be vanquished like an ordinary person. By good luck, I have not been vanquished after I had done some base act. Like the slaughter of a person that is asleep or that is heedless, like the slaughter of one by the administration of poison, my slaughter hath taken place, for I have been slain as unrighteously, and contravention of the rules of fair fight. The highly blessed Ashvatthama and Kritavarma of the Satwata race, and Saradwat's son Kripa, should be told these words of mine. You should never repose any confidence upon the Pandavas, those violators of rules, who have perpetrated many unrighteous acts. After this, thy royal son of true prowess addressed our message-bearers in these words: I have, in battle, been slain by Bhimasena most unrighteously. I am now like a moneyless wayfarer, and shall follow in the wake of Drona, who has already gone to heaven, of Karna and Shalaya, of Vrishasena of great energy, of Shakuni the son of Subala, of Jalasanda of great valor, of King Bhagadatta, of Somadatta's son, that mighty bowman, of Jayadratha, the king of the Sindhus, of all my brothers headed by Dushasana and equal unto myself, of Dushasana's son of great prowess, and of Lakshmana, my son, and thousands of others that fought for me. Alas, how shall my sister, stricken with woe, live sorrowfully, after hearing of the slaughter of her brothers and her husband? Alas, what shall be the plight of the old king, my sire, with Gandhari, and his daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law? Without doubt, the beautiful and large-eyed mother of Lakshmana, made sonless and husbandless, will soon meet with her death. If Charvaka, the mendicant devotee who is a master of speech, learns everything, that blessed man will certainly avenge himself of my death. By dying upon the sacred field of Samantapanchaka, celebrated over the three worlds, I shall certainly obtain many eternal regions. Then, O sire, thousands of men, with eyes full of tears, fled away in all directions, having heard these lamentations of the king. The whole earth, with her forests and seas, with all her mobile and immobile creatures, began to tremble violently and produce a loud noise. All the points of the compass became murky. The messengers, repairing to Drona's son, represented to him all that had happened regarding the conduct of the mace encounter and the fall of the king. Having represented everything unto Drona's son, O Bharata, all of them remained in a thoughtful mood for a long while and then went away, grief-stricken, to the place they came from. Mahabharata, Book 9, Section 65. Sanjaya said, having heard of Duryodhana's fall from the messengers, those mighty Kaur warriors, the unslain remnant of the Kaurava army, exceedingly wounded with keen shafts, and maces and lances and darts, those three, Ashvatthama and Kripa and Kritavarma of the Satwata race, came quickly on their fleet steeds to the field of battle. They beheld there the high-souled son of Dhritarashtra prostrate on the ground like a gigantic sala tree laid low in the forest by a tempest. They beheld him writhing on the bare ground and covered with blood, even like a mighty elephant in the forest laid low by a hunter. They saw him weltering in agony and bathed in profuse streams of blood. Indeed, they saw him lying on the ground like the sun dropped on the earth, or like the ocean dried by a mighty wind, or like the full moon in the firmament with his disk shrouded by a fog. Equal to an elephant in prowess and possessed of long arms, the king lay on the earth, covered with dust. Around him were many terrible creatures and carnivorous animals like wealth-coveting dependents around a monarch in state. His forehead was contracted into furrows of rage and his eyes were rolling in wrath. They beheld the king, that tiger among men, full of rage, like a tiger struck down by hunters. Those great archers Kripa and others, beholding the monarch laid low on the earth, became stupefied. Alighting from their cars, they ran towards the king. Seeing Duryodhana, all of them sat on the earth around him. Then Drona's son, O monarch, with tearful eyes and breathing like a snake, said these words unto that chief of Bharata's race, that foremost of all the kings on earth, truly, there is nothing stable in the world of men, since thou, O tiger among men, least on the bare earth, stained with dust. Thou wert a king who had laid thy commands on the whole earth. Why then, O foremost of monarchs, dost thou lie alone on the bare ground in such a lonely wilderness? I do not see Deshasana beside thee, nor the great car warrior Karna, nor those friends of thine numbering in hundreds. What is this, O bull among men? Without doubt, it is difficult to learn the ways of Yama, since thou, O Lord of all the worlds, thus least on the bare ground, stained with dust. Alas, this scorcher of foes used to walk at the head of all Kshatriyas that had their locks sprinkled with holy water at ceremonies of coronation. Alas, he now eateth the dust. Behold the reverses that time bringeth on its course. Where is that pure white umbrella of thine? Where is that fanning yak-tail also, O king? Where hath that vast army of thine now gone, O best of monarchs? The course of events is certainly a mystery when causes other than those relied upon are at book, since even thou that wert the master of the world hast been reduced to this plight. Without doubt, the prosperity of all mortals is very unstable, since thou that wert equal unto Shakra himself hast now been reduced to such a sorry plight. Hearing these words of the sorrowing Ashvatthama, thy son answered him in these words that were suited to the occasion. He wiped his eyes with his hands and shed tears of grief anew. The king then addressed all those heroes headed by Kripa and said, this liability to death, of all living creatures, is said to have been ordained by the Creator himself. Death comes to all beings in course of time. That death hath now come to me, before the eyes of you all. I who reigned over the whole earth have now been reduced to this plight. By good luck, I never turned back from battle whatever calamities overtook me. By good luck, I have been slain by those sinful men, by the aid particularly of deception. By good luck, while engaged in hostilities, I always displayed courage and perseverance. By good luck, I am slain in battle, along with all my kinsmen and friends. By good luck, I behold you escaped with life from this great slaughter, and safe and sound. This is highly agreeable to me. Do not, from affection, grieve for my death. If the Vedas are any authority, I have certainly acquired many eternal regions. I am not ignorant of the glory of Krishna of immeasurable energy. He hath not caused me to fall off from the proper observance of Kshatriya duties. I have obtained him. On no account should anybody grieve from me. Ye have done what persons like ye should do. Ye have always striven for my success. Destiny, however, is incapable of being frustrated. Having said this much, the king, with eyes laved with tears, became silent, O monarch, agitated as he was with agony. Beholding the king in tears and grief, Drona's son flamed up in anger like the fire that is seen at the universal destruction. Overwhelmed with rage, he squeezed his hand and addressing the king in a voice hoarse with tears, he said these words, my sire was slain by those wretches with a cruel contrivance. That act, however, doth not burn me so keenly as this plight to which thou hast been reduced, O king. Listen to these words of mine that I utter, swearing by truth itself, O Lord, and by all my acts of piety, all my gifts, my religion, and the religious merits I have won. I shall today, in the very presence of Vasudeva, dispatch all the Panchalas, by all means in my power, to the abode of Yama. It behoveth thee, O monarch, to grant me permission. Hearing these words of Drona's son, that were highly agreeable to his heart, the Kuru king, addressing Kripa, said, O preceptor, bring me without delay a pot full of water. At these words of the king, that foremost of Brahmanas soon brought a vessel full of water and approached the king. Thy son then, O monarch, said unto Kripa, let the son of Drona, O foremost of Brahmanas, blessed be thou, be at my command installed as generalissimo, if thou wishest to do me the good. At the command of the king, even a Brahmana may fight, specially one that has adopted Kshatriya practices. Those learned in the scriptures say this. Hearing these words of the king, Kripa, the son of Saradwat, installed Drona's son as generalissimo, at the king's command. The installation over, O monarch, Ashvatthama embraced that best of kings and left the spot, having caused the 10 points to resound with his leonine roars. That foremost of kings, Duryodhana, profusely covered with blood, began to pass there that night so frightful to all creatures. Wending away quickly from the field of battle, O king, those heroes, with hearts agitated by grief, began to reflect anxiously and earnestly. Present you by HinduMonastery.com